Tennessee crews, this is the hometown crew. I don't know if they row out of Oak Ridge year-round, but they definitely race out of here instead of on the Tennessee River near campus, this being one of the best rowing locations, racing locations in the country, and home to ACRA National Championship for a couple of years now. Great spacing on the puddles, making it really just about buoy to buoy in every 2 strokes, every stroke and a half. Nice pan out as we find our second place crew, still looking at Blake Jokins from VCU, holding a similarly strong long pace. A little bit more layback and send at the finish here, probably just a little bit below rate 30, but just enough to hold themselves away from the rest of the field, and it looks like the crew in lane 2, being Bethany Goodmote from New St. Andrews, is starting to extend their lead up and ahead of Wichita State here, probably their stern on the bow wall of Wichita State, and a good motivation to try and push, a little bit of open water. Tennessee's coming up through the 1,400 meter mark, closing in on my line of sight around the 1,500, past a bunch of other boats that are launching to make a stand in their final this afternoon. We'll start the afternoon with finals in the single, the double, the pair, before moving back. And the quad will have a grand final, I believe, this afternoon before we move on to semifinals in the 8s and some lower level finals in the novice varsity 4s and the lightweight 4. What we've done this year, what the regatta has done this year, and explained a lot about us. We got to interview Greg Hartstuff, who is the chief organizer of this regatta among the coaches who comprise the ACRA governing board. Is yesterday morning, if you weren't with us, there were heats across for every event. Even though it's the most registered crew, no, it's the most athletes ever in attendance, only by like 10 or 11 students in attendance for ACRA. It's not the most amount of entries, but the most students. And instead of moving towards what a lot of collegiate rowing, U.S. rowing has been doing as events have started to fill out and the sport has begun to explode, in moving to time trials, they kept it to heats, feeling that with such a wide range of programs represented, really every corner of the country and the contiguous United States, they needed that chance to race side by side so that we could see where crews could shake out. All of the 8s were ranked from the varsity 8s through all the freshman 8s, and then small boats and 4s were not ranked because they didn't have a chance to all race each other, but they were sorted out based on results from events like ACRA, the Southern Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championship, the WIRA, which is the Western, other things like MACRA, and other local championships. So what we had in the heats racing and then the semifinal racing was just really impressive showings by athletes who were showing that they made sense where they were sorted. They are the head of the pack, or ones who surprised us and pushed ahead. One of them being here, Kaylee Dubois in the single from Tennessee. I'm not sure how much she got to race this year, but she's doing a great job showing out, putting down the best time in front of her that she can to finish out this D final with the win. Entering the red buoys well ahead of her competition. I think we're going to see a bit of a pickup, not quite a sprint, but a very decisive move to finish out her last race of the year. Bit of a hiccup there, and then she's back on the pace. New St. Andrews is also hitting the red buoys, marking their last 250 meters of their race. Wichita State making their way in, VCU making their way in. Now here we go. Kaylee charging away, as she has been for about 1,800 meters of this piece, well ahead of her competition, looking to secure the fastest time of the single so far this afternoon. There we go, and as we finish, we have the first time of the afternoon, 10-minute, 40-second single scull from Tennessee. And we're going to be following this up with the sea level final, which will be a full 6-boat event, seeing if any of those crews can put a little bit more heat on the course to put down a faster time. That event is already past the 500-meter mark and I think into the 1K mark, so we'll be seeing them coming down the course pretty soon. Here is our second place crew from New St. Andrew. Oh, sorry, VCU. Our second place crew from VCU at 11:18, and then New St. Andrews, and then following that will be Wichita State. While we wait for those times to come up, we are picking up the sea level final for the women's single. This is going to be from left to right side of your screen in lane 6. That is Sophie Malloy from Penn State. Next over is Virginia Tech's Indigo Brooks Weiss. In the middle, we have Oklahoma State's Lainey Kirschberger, North Georgia's Ava Gulbranson, Elizabeth Wing from Vanderbilt, Catherine Alexander from Kansas State, and we see it is Indigo out of Virginia Tech. It is Lainey out of Oklahoma State and Ava out of North Georgia leading the charge. A lot of overlap among these three crews, and what I mean by that is that these shells of the boat, literally no one has a side-by-side open water on the next crew next to them, especially in the middle. Tough spot for OK State is the crew they're chasing, they have overlap with, and the crew that's chasing them, although I think in the amount of time it took me to say that, they are pushing a little bit more open water ahead of North Georgia. North Georgia mainly here in the sculling shells. Great small program out of obviously North Georgia, but the training on Lake Lanier, the former Olympic course in 1996, and the former home to the ACRA National Championship before the 2020s. Great pace and swing here from Virginia Tech. Indigo Brooks Weiss has picked up quite the impressive sprint here to push herself through the 12:50 mark before she reaches the last 500 of the race. And similar to, as we just talked about with OK State, I think trying to make as much separation as she can on the field, knowing that any hiccup, any instance of a bad stroke could close in that gap and make this a much harder race. This is looking for spot number 13 overall in the country in the women's single, this being the only collegiate championship that races the single. And in the same regard, the only one that races the pair, the quad, the straight four in the women's case this year. Dadvale over in Philadelphia, but now Camden, also hosts small boats and used to be the premier end-of-season small school, small boat regatta. I think we have absorbed a lot of that competition here, even though we're 1 week later. A lot of schools have looked to come down here and peak and use Dadvales as a very important marker of how fast they are, because it is still a good draw that brings in most of the country from the small boats, and then a very big field of Division I, Division III, and Club 8s on the men's and women's side. So what we're seeing here is, again, a really good piece here, and then in that 4th place spot, it is just a little bit of open water coming from Sophie Malloy, a little bit ahead of Elizabeth Wing out of Vanderbilt, Catherine Alexander in the 6th place spot right now. These crews are almost all through the 1,500 meter mark. Our 2 leaders are cruising in with a little less than 450 meters to go on the course. A little bit closer to the eye than the drone might make it seem. OK State's Lainey Kirschberger is really long, and if she picks up that rate even one beat, she's going to try and close in on Indigo Brooks Weiss, who's going to have to respond. Both of them in this race confidently moving ahead of left behind Ava Gulbranson, who's seen a little bit of push from those 2 crews, Vanderbilt and Penn State, who are trying to close the mark on them. Last 500 of the race, last race of the year, they're going to lay it all out on the line here and put down the fastest piece they can. Penn State still holding their advantage over Vanderbilt, who's been excelling in the 8s, the 4s, men's and women's side first, and then the men's side as well this year. Not the home course crew, but one of the local crews. And actually, I have that wrong. That is Kansas State that is up and ahead. Elizabeth Wing is holding down the 6th place spot right now. So good work by Kansas State. Catherine Alexander in that 5th place spot, fighting with Sophie Malloy for the possibility of 4th. picking up a little bit of a sprint here. Indigo is moving into the red buoys. That is the last 250 meters of the race, closing it out. Let's see if she can stay clean as she picks up a clear uptick in her pace. This is a pretty high rate for the single. Waterfowl getting out of the way. Nice, and we have a really nice pickup and flow as she closes in closer and closer to the tower. I think not making the same mistake that some of the crews in the D final did, stopping before the tower. It's a little bit lonely up there up front. Great send and swing here. She is through the line. Follows close after by Lainey Kirschberger, both of them posting a faster time than the D final. Indigo under the 10-minute mark. Lainey just over the 10-minute mark, and then will be followed by, that will be Ava Gulbrandsen from North Georgia, about to charge through. And we'll see in a moment if it's Sophie Alexander or Catherine Alexander, unless we are going to pick up Sophie Malloy or Catherine Alexander in the 4th place spot. And it looks like Sophie is holding on to her lead here. Flowing in, representing Happy Valley. There we go, the 10:31 mark. While I did mention that this is the only collegiate regatta that races the single, the pair, the straight for the quad, not to be forgotten that the IRA does represent the double as well, so we're not the only one that represents the double. Moving on, and we have all times from the C final. Congratulations to everyone on their last race of the year. Men's D final. This is the 4th level final for the men's single, which also yielded some of the most exciting results this morning and yesterday in the heats, in the semifinals. The last year's champion, Ethan Penny, graduated, or I believe he did a 5th year at Jacksonville this year. So the reigning champion is not in play, so this event was wide open, and many programs came to try and take that top spot. These gentlemen worked their way in, and since we did not do a time trial here and instead did heats with no repechage, which is another heat that usually happens on Friday afternoon, that gives crews another chance to put themselves in the A or B semifinal of their event. The regatta organizers did the research and talked to the coaches and figured out that although the repechage classic format of racing at this level, it only yielded, it was an outlier of crews that outdid their heat race and put themselves in a higher semifinal after the repechage. Typically, the heat would yield the first 2 crews that would automatically move to the AB, and then whoever was 3rd or 4th in that heat would go to the repechage and finish 1st or 2nd there. So almost rarely, so rarely was it ever the case that the 5th place crew would pull up and then win the repechage and move forward. And without that, it actually gives all crews, all events that have a heat, semifinal, final, the opportunity to only race 3 times. So everyone's a little bit fresher to race instead of some crews who are in that middle of the pack, hoping to make that last spot in the grand final, hoping to push themselves to the very top of the heat final, finding themselves racing a 4th time, and they're college athletes. They're conditioned to put themselves in as much pain as possible, maybe putting themselves at a little bit of a disadvantage against crews that are already slated to be faster than them because they had to race a 4th time. So instead, the heats, top 2 or top 3 out of the heats, depending on the size of the event, and then the next 4 or 6 or 8 fastest times of the event, which really came down to the wire in the single, in the 8. Some things where there were 18 crews trying to get 8 spots left in that semifinal, and it was tenths of a seconds, hundreds of seconds. We saw in the novice 8, UMass squeezing their way ahead of University of Georgia to make themselves into the AB semifinals in the 8, and a lot of similar cases in the heats yesterday for the men's single, and this morning in the men's semifinal. Really great racing. So what we are picking up right now, from the left side of your screen to the right in the men's D final, Lafayette, it's Timothy Reinhold is in, I'm backwards. On the left, Peter Gaja out of Vanderbilt is on the lane 6 closest to my shore. Sashank Seeing Deo from Arizona State, I saw him launching, whole team behind him, ready to watch him race. Jack Brady out of Washington State, Advaith Pradeep out of University of Connecticut, Benjamin Pollock out of Sewanee, and Timothy Reinhold out of Lafayette. And your leader at the moment is the Yukon Sculler, Adi Pradeep, who has a lot of teammates here on the shore cheering along. I think I got to talk to him last year when he was in one of the Yukon Fours or novice events, and he raced out of Riverfront Recapture out in Hartford this summer with a couple other New England area rowers. Really good work to see him in the single right now. A little bit of a hiccup there, mini crab, but he is well into his last 500 and picking up a long press before he picks it up for a sprint. A little bit of a hunt behind him from Arizona State, from Lafayette, and from Sewanee. Looks like in that second place spot, though, it is Jack Brady out of Pullman, Washington State, and then third behind him is Timothy Reinhold out of Lafayette, fourth place being Arizona State. I don't know that I see the scullers out of Vanderbilt or the University of the South. It might be that there is a flip. But I'm not going to speculate on that because I don't know right now. Really long, strong pace out of Adi Pradeep from University of Connecticut. Really impressed by how this row is going for him. Love to talk to him and his teammates afterwards to learn how much time he's been in the single this year. Right now he is going to post the first men's final winning single time of the afternoon. Comfortably approaching the line while he hits the red buoys here, and we'll see if he picks up a sprint to close out his weekend at the ACRA National Championship. And Adi Pradeep is through the line. We're looking at a time just south of 8:45. That's an 8:42. First place in the D final. Congratulations, Yukon. Jack Brady, I believe, is going to be following him through the line next. Just south of 9 minutes, and then followed them by Timothy Reinhold out of Lafayette. I think the drone did pick up a second ago some of the other scullers from this event, who I think are rowing it. Maybe had a little bit of an issue at the start after the breakage point, since they did not stop the race to keep them in the loop. And that puts Lafayette and A-State through the line. Congratulations to all single scullers. In this event. So here's the Vanderbilt sculler. Good flow here. Great work out of this row from Peter Gaja. Not sure what happened to put him so far behind, but he is pushing at a really fast clip right now. Really impressive in this piece. Moving a little bit off the course here, but he's going to push his way back in once he sees those buoys coming up on his oar. And we have the C final off the starting blocks coming through the first 100 meters. Everyone's steering pretty well to come through. And at least 4 crews out of the breakage zone. 5 crews in just a moment, and 6. There we go. And all crews are on the course. From the left side to the right side of your screen, we have the single sculler out of Nebraska, followed by Antonio Soto from UC Irvine, Eli Vance from Long Beach, Nicholas Slattery from Illinois, Emmett Bergen from Minnesota, and Ethan Duke out of Michigan State. Charlie, you want to tell us a little bit about Illinois?
Yeah, Nicholas Slattery is their men's captain. They have a men's captain and a women's captain. He's a great kid. He's been rowing all the way since high school. They have a sort of small boats approach in the men's side this year, just given the numbers that they have. And so Nicholas has been rowing the single most of this spring. I was talking to him. Their coach was not feeling well this morning, so he came and found me and said, "Can I talk to you about how I'm going to do it?" And the question was, so what's the next step? And he goes, "Oh, well, I'm in the C final." I said, "Yeah, but in the C final, like, what do you have to do? What needs to be better than it was there before?" And he's like, I just wasn't coming down out of the start very well. I wasn't finding a lot of good power. I thought that I sort of killed myself to stay up with some of the guys who ended up making the B final and the A final, and I just didn't have that pace, and then I just couldn't hold on. So what you're seeing him do right now, he's in this white boat actually out in the lead there, if I have that right. And he's just trying to come down and find his pace and stay long and stretchy and just get the first 500 really rhythmic, make sure that he's under control, and then he'll sort of go from there. And you can see from here, he's actually a pretty tall kid. He's
really,
about 6'4".
Long and lanky.
Long and lanky, so very good for rowing, and you're just seeing the blades go in there and the leg press. And I think this is the only type of stuff that you learn at a national championship. I mean, he still has some years to row here.
Right.
But having sort of gotten into a semifinal, that, then he played a shot, but he played it ineffectively, sort of played it the wrong way, able to come back in between and figure that out. And so here's what you
that's a great headspace to be in as a young athlete, as a young sculler. I love the way this boat is rigged because he's able to just swing and basically line up those handles with the riggers and get a really good angle on that finish squeeze, and it's helping him really launch this boat almost a half a length every stroke.
Yeah, and when I worked with him in March down at his spring training, we played with where he was sitting and where his feet were, and he'd been giving himself too much space in the release to get the blades clear. And now you can see this very nice angle up into the catch, very deep.
And the next closest crew contesting is Emmett Bergen out of Minnesota, and then Ethan Duke out of Michigan State. And turn around, Eddie. That is Eli Vance out of Long Beach State, and then Antonio Soto out of UC Irvine. Do we have these numbers right? Has this been Irvine this whole time we're talking about?
To the shore
left?
Away from us is Emmett and Ethan. To the shore close to us is Eli and Antonio and Nebraska. So what you're seeing there is Eli and Antonio in that yellow
So this
boat.
has been Eli moving ahead the whole time. Lane 4?
I don't think so.
1, 2, 3, 4. So Nicholas is in that third place spot right now?
Oh, I guess so. I guess we mislooked at. So that is sorry. So that's Eli who's there, nice and long.
Hey, Eli, all those things we were saying about your rigging,
Nicholas, they're perfect.
credit to you. Those
there
are
you
great.
go.
You're moving the shell really well and dominating the C final right now. So that would be Antonio Soto in the second place spot. Nicholas Slattery moving himself up in the third place spot, and Nebraska Lincoln single sculler.
And we have lane 7 empty. That's what missed me up on what lane we were in.
And then Michigan State and Minnesota not contesting for the second and third place spot, but instead in their own race. But those crews are mostly here in the 8s. So these are guys who are sort of in the bottom third of the roster and really happy to get this race
And yes, there you can see the B of Long Beach State from Eli Vance out in front. Very nice, strong, build there to be able to push. And as we said, getting up nicely into the catch there. Nice length, particularly on that left hand, but both matched up and very good pressing rhythm as he's moving out in lane 4. Um, so really quite solid rowing there. The rhythm is together. Little little bit little bit of a nice, you can see the hull bouncing just a little bit, but a very nice surge there coming off. His left hand could be a little bit cleaner sometimes coming out. He's looking over the shoulder just a little bit there to check he's getting himself back into the middle of the lane. The nice thing about the buoyed course is you don't need to look over your shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah, no head racing.
No head racing.
Even
no.
practice sometimes. I'd love to know a little bit more about Long Beach State's body of water, but some of them are so, a river, so many twists and turns to do. So half the
they
time
have
of learning.
1,500 meters of
their marinas outright.
Of great
Olympic
It's not a great
quality.
Olympic course, absolutely.
Olympic quality
So
water.
now the race coming
it's tightening up.
It is tightening up here, absolutely. So you have, this is the last race of the season for these guys.
Yeah.
And as they're going to come through the 1,500 right now, we have Antonio Soto of UC Irvine just ahead of Nicholas, and Nicholas has been moving. You can see from here, you can't see it there, you start to see Nicholas there out on the right there trying to get up and get into Antonio.
Yeah, you got a little chevron in that middle four right
but
there.
There's some nice length there out of both of those guys.
And our Nebraska
Nicholas
Lincoln
actually
Sculler,
a little short but punchy.
Yeah, our Nebraska Lincoln Sculler's looking behind him. He's realizing he's got to move now.
There's a race there, so now that's why you look over if you're chasing people. But when you're out in front, just row. So we're going to see who has the sprint here among those boats. You can see it from up top. Us looking out across the water, it's actually a really great race now that they've all sort of found the speed that they're supposed to be in. Nicholas putting a move, but Antonio he's a little shorter and taking the rating up. That's the other thing about rowing the single is you find the style and the stroke that fits you and your body. There is an international sculler right now who's like a 5'8" lightweight who is beating up on a lot of the big boys globally, and he rows high but incredibly connected. So that's sort of what is going on here, but this is very definitely going to be Eli Vance from Long Beach State to go and finish. Winning the scene final puts you at 13th. You can see here now the race between Antonio and Nicholas and Ethan Duke out there. Looks like Nicholas has gotten ahead. Again, just being able to hang on those levers, and I think he's going to come in there second, having worked through Antonio in the last little bit. Yep, so Nicholas Slattery, good job there, 8:36. It should be Antonio coming up in third. Antonio Soto from UC Irvine, 8:37, so that was less than a second. Nicholas, a nice move there. Ethan Duke coming up from Michigan State, just 2.5 seconds back behind that. And then another 2 seconds back to Nebraska Lincoln. And then finally coming across, we will have Ethan Duke from Michigan State. We are going to have just one little short break here. The women's double D final was scratched. That's why we had 7 crews in the semifinal earlier for the C final, A, B, and C finals. And so in the meantime, we're going to give you a little bit more information about
Vespoli,
I think. Our great friends from there. It does look like the C final is aligned. I don't know what they've done with the schedule, but
We'll be back with you in
We'll
a
be
minute.
back with you in a minute.
And we are back as we wait for the women's double C final to begin. This is now the last level of the final for this event, third level of the final. So whoever wins this event is looking to take home the 13th place overall in this year's women's double. So I was talking about that ACRA is the only collegiate championship that hosts the single, the pair, the quad, the straight four. Not the only one that does the double.
Not the only one that does double
Because the lightweights at lightweight women at IRA also race it, but just the women, not the men. So it was the only one that hosts a men's double at the national level. So we're very excited to see what this group of women's doubles are looking like early on this Saturday afternoon. The women's, all the small boat racing this morning was so exciting to make their way into grand et petite finals. So we are looking forward to now being off the blocks. Good pacing off the strokes early. Lane 1 with a little bit too much of extra steering going on, but they, I think, will settle out before we reach the breakage area, or after we reach the breakage area. 4 crews on, and we have a race from the left side to the right side of your screen. We have lane 7 is Colorado. That is Abigail Morris and Mai Lim. In lane 6, we have Aaliyah Overturf and Josephine Barboriak out of University of Chicago. Wichita State Shockers with Elizabeth Graber, Juliet Lopez. Arizona State with Sydney Gordon and Gabriella Yordoy. Virginia Tech with Annabelle Logan and Nora Bradley. University of New Hampshire, Mary Claire Larkin, Catherine Bauer. And then over on the right side of your screen, Georgia Tech's crew, Amelia Ernst Barbarou and Philippa Thomas Wilkinson. So that looks like right now lane 3, the Virginia Tech crew, just barely up in the lead right now, but hotly contested by Arizona State's double.
And 4 crews actually there right across the middle, within, half a boat of each other. And as they're only a minute 30 in, they could just still be finding the rhythm that they
Yeah,
really
I think
need
all
in the
crews
race
have come
here.
down from their starting and high strokes. If parents, grandparents, or anyone new to the rowing community is listening and watching, the start of a race is pretty much the same for every crew. You take the 5 hardest strokes you can off the blocks, not fastest, just hard to get this shell moving and up to speed, and then you spend anywhere from 30 to 45, maybe a minute, probably not in these shells, of strokes well over your race pace, base pace, before you pick up or settle down into your race pace. Same way that your marathoners and other runners are going to sprint off the blocks to start before they settle.
And
so
some people make that transition better than others.
Yeah, strategically
in terms of going from this faster pop of your pace down into bass and finding a new rhythm.
Yeah. What we didn't have this morning though was any breeze, any conditions. Right now we're getting a little bit of a quarter and cross headwind, so it's going to come in over everyone's starboard shore. The crew from Arizona State is starting to firm themselves up in the lead. A little bit of extra steering out of the out of the Virginia Tech crew, putting them just a seat or two behind, and then a nice tight fight from lanes 5 and 6. University of New Hampshire. I'm sorry, University
Arizona,
of Wichita and Chicago.
Wichita State, and Chicago. Yep. A little bit of steering going on in that one boat.
VT, yeah.
And that's it looks like probably somebody caught a little digger and it took them over to one side, and they've now righted the ship. But you can also see the timing is just off a little bit, and so maybe that their start and their base was a little too hard, and now someone's going, oh,
right. And it's a
3.5 minutes in, and 3.5 minutes is where the pancake starts.
It's a high pressure situation, so they might be out pulling or out thinking themselves a little bit, and it takes 5 or more strokes to get back into that groove of things, and even one being a little bit off kind of resets the problem. I had an issue one time rowing a double, and my stroke seat, they broke through their footboard in the first 2 or 3 strokes of it. I didn't know I couldn't really tell until later, and we had a little bit of trouble going down the course. So sometimes it takes you out of the game
now
plan.
A little bit of steering there in, I think that's lane 6.
That's lane 6.
Yeah. So Chicago getting back on. And what that means is that Arizona State there is sort of moving away nicely and smartly from that. You know, these small boats, Michigan runs a pairs matrix a lot every fall. There are a lot of programs that do some sort of small boat matrix pairs or doubles or something like that, just to make everyone row with everyone, but also figure out where the speed is. And one of the guys who won it for 3 years in a row, which is unusual, I asked him once what he thought about it, and he was again sort of like, well, it's sort of 98% power and 102% just matching,
right.
you know,
And it's
I got
a really important skill.
I got to match with the other guy so we go straight.
It's a really important skill to
And,
be able to row a boat with anybody that you have to hop in a boat with, because these athletes are going to work all winter, especially if they're in that northeast or northwest where they can't get on the water for a certain part of the year.
And
they need to be indoors on the erg, and you can see these numbers that are great in their personal records and you're fast. But if you don't translate that into the water, whether it's with a certain lineup or in a certain shell in your boathouse, every boat has a little bit of a different rhythm that you need to feel. And that's why it elevates the sport from just being, this indoor gym thing to something that can really be, you really can have a special feel for.
But the going straight part is not just because it's the shortest line, which of course it is, and that is helpful. Mike Tatey, longtime U.S. national team coach, was once asked what he wanted in a coxswain, and he said someone who can steer straight and shut up.
A little outdated.
But coxswain's very important. But his whole point was, I want you to go straight. But the reason to steer straight is that as soon as the boat's on the rudder one way or the other, as soon as it turns, it breaks up the rhythm. Right, and so that's what's happened in those boats, and it takes some time to find the rhythm back that they've been trying to.
And now that we get this great close-up shot, I want to say I do love the rhythm that this crew out of ASU is giving us. They have the stern-mounted riggers on the shell instead of the ones from the bow mount, which has been pretty popular in the sculls for the last 10 years or so, because the power application can be rigged a little bit better, but this is a little bit more classic, and they're using it well. Good catch angles. I think stroke is a little bit longer or a little bit more spread out, but I think bow being a little bit less intense angle with that catch is helping clean up and keep the boat straight and consistent press.
But their finish worked very nicely, tightly, and matched up together.
Yeah, perfectly in sync.
Yeah. The next step would be to get those catch angles.
Yeah, and I think what I saw this crew launching their teammates in the single scull. I think it's a small group of athletes here from ASU, but a very tight-knit group who are all really excited to cheer for each other and see how they perform.
So it looks like now we have that's Arizona State out in front, right?
Yeah.
And so Wichita State to their left, and actually from where we are, your left, able to be keeping up, and they're leading out a little bit over Virginia Tech. Sort of getting the Virginia Tech had a little bit of issue, but then was moving up nicely again. I know it could leave them a little rattled or not, but in any place they've recovered to get into third and be or stay in third actually and
Stay in
really
third,
be
and
moved.
through
Yeah.
all that steering that they've had, they've still moved themselves open on the rest of the field. I would liken it these strokes where we're working on the steering and all that, kind of like in a basketball game. Sometimes a team wins just because they turn the ball over less, right? It could be a really close game that we're evenly matched. We're both good at this, we're both good at that. As they pass our line, it's a really close race between that Wichita State and that Virginia Tech crew. But one team just made a little fewer mistakes, and it looks like that Wichita program is doing that right now. But Virginia, a really strong stroke, which is why they were leading early. So we'll see as they get into
Virginia
this
Tech.
last,
Yeah.
this last quarter of the race, are they going to be able to capitalize on that?
The double is in many ways one of the hardest boats to learn to row.
Absolutely, yeah.
The single, as we talked about earlier, you can adapt to your own body, and you can really get in there and make sure that you have the stroke that matches what you need to do. In a quad, which we'll see a little bit later, like an 8, it's sort of like a train. It just picks up its own rhythm and starts going. But in the double, you have to scull very well, and you have to match with the person on you. Now, when a double is flying together, it is one of the most gorgeous things that we get in rowing. Just these two bodies really syncing up, and like a single, it can adapt to those bodies that are there. But so at this sort of lowest level of the double here in the C finals, you're getting people at very different experience levels in the double. Some really, their goal here is to get down the course and to finish out the race, but they're clearly very new to sculling and to working together. Some others maybe with a little different semifinal might have come into a different place. So we have Erdahl and Gordon from Arizona State winning the C final. I believe that we will then have uh, Lopez and Graber from Wichita State, the Shockers, in second, and then Bradley and Logan from Virginia Tech coming in third. So those are places. No, there's 7 crews actually up there, so it's 14, 15, and 16 in there. And as we come up now almost to the 500 in the next race, which is the men's double and the D final, and coming across there we have Nichols and Newkirk from Ohio State, Cowan and Ekmandach from Bucknell, University of Cincinnati, a crew to be named at some point, but that would be great to know who they are. Meinhardt and Huang from Emory, again, Nebraska-Lincoln in 2, and then Morrow and Gibbons from Kansas out in lane 1. Right now it's the University of Cincinnati in those red shirts leading the way, with Bucknell going with them and Emory on the other side. So the middle crews creating the chevron, which makes sense because they've now been through both a heat and a semifinal that has sorted out the speed in the event. So as we're starting to see finals, you'll see even more tomorrow when we get there. These races become sort of interesting because they found their people, as it were, to race against.
Yeah. So everything's going to actually get closer as they sort into these finals and things shake out in their favor.
So again, these doubles, you have some people who've been racing a double a long time. You have some other folks who are just figuring out and seeing what it looks like. So that's why I think at the bottom you're just seeing a real differential of what the rowing can look like as we go to a C final. Actually, no, we'll go to a pair final. The C final for the men's double will be tomorrow because they had an ABC semifinal today.
Right.
So the D final was determined yesterday out of the heats.
Coming a little, we're a little bit past the 1K mark here in this doubles event, and we still have lane 4 here leading. That would be that would be University of Cincinnati, closely chased by Bucknell Bison in lane 5, and then after that, that would be the Emory crew right down in the middle. And it's a little less of a chevron, just a little bit more of a sliding scale. It's kind of, if we were looking at it from the stern's point, it's more of a force curve.
There you go. And
if this is your first force curve from this direction, you have an issue.
You have an issue, exactly. And Bucknell now putting a nice move
That's
here.
Great.
And starting to move past a little bit. We'll see if Cincinnati can answer. You know that these guys from Bucknell have been training hard on a big team, going after some pretty big goals.
Training hard and working hard to get back in their lane here. They're a little bit outside of it all. Hopefully they find their way, because that move, as powerful it is a little too much, just like we talked about in the last hour. A little too much power, not quite enough boat feel. So hopefully, I don't think they're going to get penalized for that, because there's no interference by being in the other lane.
There's not a lot of wind out here,
but it's
just enough that if you you don't quite handle it, it's gonna do that. So this is
now they're back in their lane.
Those two crews in together, and now we have
and now the move's working.
In front.
Responding.
It looks to me like the forearm on the stroke, the right forearm on the stroke, is a little crampy. And
out of Bucknell or out of Cincinnati?
Out of Bucknell.
Yeah, I see that.
And then the bowman is trying to adjust to that to figure it out. And there's still good basic speed, but it's not as clean right now. As you can see, the rhythm in the crew from
now that they make it through the 1,500 meter mark, they're going to get a bit of a nice straight crosswind coming from the starboard shore. We'll see if that gets in the way of Bearcat staying calm and collected. I'm not sure if they see all the
They look
extra
a lot more comfortable
yeah.
right now. 1,500 meters, and so again, you know, how often do the doubles really get to line up and race?
Right.
It's less than the other crews, so they're less race ready in some ways, and maybe these guys came into a double as just part of a small boat circus in the last sort of couple of weeks. So we're going to see. I think that the Bucknell crew is a little stronger,
right?
But not necessarily able to be as efficient. Those don't look like Bucknell oars, though.
I don't think they are. I think they're borrowing.
Gotcha. Oh, but it's definitely a Bucknell uni there.
Yeah, and shell.
So we have that. We have that right. Now, for all of those issues, they're still in contact. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can throw a sprint. It's going to be a great little race here between Bucknell and Cincinnati coming in towards the finish. But Bucknell right now just having problems keeping the blade locked into the finish, and so they're backing off.
Yeah, and when you mentioned about that stroke man's his
forearms.
Yeah, it's digging the blade a little bit too deep, which is probably why it keeps pulling over towards that starboard side.
Yeah, rowers call it fire paw. And it's when all of the muscles up your outside forearm start to cramp, and
it's I think a very sweep guy moving into a sculling boat.
It can be what they've been doing is squeezing too hard with the hands to hold on to the oar handle instead of just letting the wrist be loose and hanging in the fingers.
It's a hard thing to feel.
It is to make a change, and particularly when you're anxious about the race, right? So you grip even a little bit harder, and sort of a novice-y thing. And my guess is that these are two of the younger guys out of that program.
Most definitely, yeah.
So now they've got to keep it together to get across the line in second, which they're just gonna do, as we have Bucknell get second, and then Emory, I think, come in to third there, Meinhardt and Wang. About 7 seconds behind, but close enough that Cowan and Enkmunduk could see them coming.
Yeah, and hold them off.
Yeah.
Since they couldn't quite catch Cincinnati.
And this being the lowest level final in the double, you have some of the crews that just needed a little bit more time and length to be able to get in their racing. Hopefully they'll keep rowing the double. Morrow and Gibbons from Kansas, who train on the Kansas River, also called the Kaw, in Lawrence, and that river can be awfully active in terms
Awfully active.
of the current that's there. And then Nebraska, University of Nebraska at Lincoln, coming in fifth. We still have another crew out there. I think it's Oklahoma State, Nichols and Newkirk, making their way to the final. Behind them, you can actually see the fours going across the course to head up to the start. So
Moving
that's
out
what's
of the
happening
lagoon.
if you haven't seen it. There's a lagoon where all the crews launch, and then they sat and waited for the race to go by, so that the crews can come in here. Cincinnati, Bucknell.
Yep, this is
Oklahoma
OK State.
Yep. Was wondering if it was, and then they're across, if it was Illinois for a bit, but
No, that would be the big eye on the oars.
there was no eye on the oar, and there was no eye on the back. So just sort of checking out where we are. So having had the double men's D final, men's double in the D final, we know now again move back from 2 rowers again, but only 2 oars, not 4. The pair, and we have a final in the women, the C final, the bottom level final, and those crews from left to right facing you as we come up there will be Georgia Tech, Georgia, Illinois, and Penn State.
And here they are. Coming down the course, find out the time in just a moment. From the left side to the right side of your screen is first that Georgia Tech crew.
Georgia,
Sophia
UGA, isn't it?
Nope. Georgia Tech in lane 5. Yellow shell, yellow blades.
Oh, gotcha.
And then
Sorry.
so that's Sophia
and there is
Kressel.
also Georgia out there. We have an interstate rivalry going.
Trinity Hinton in the 2-seat. UGA having Kira McHugh and Cassie Christensen. Next to them is an Illinois crew, a little bit off the straight and narrow on the course. Gabriella Simzik and Makina Vishin. And Penn State, Kelly James and Mariam Abdelgawad, who are, I think, in position to take second, but third, just slightly behind Georgia Tech. UGA leading the pack right now. I think that win's giving people more trouble than we're giving the last few rounds the credit with.
It does look like it, and the section of the race that they're in, as you can see on the left, the shore comes out, and people are sort of having to deal with a funneled air for a little bit there, and so it gets a little worse.
But I really like the length that this UGA crew is putting down to open up their first 750 of their race. It's long, it's strong. G-Tech is not so far behind, but probably far enough behind that the positioning will still stand so long as they don't let the Penn State crew walk down through them. A little bit calmer here. You can see it in the river, right? A little less ripple in the water. It's not bothering their blade work. These are some varsity athletes, but it's enough to throw off a small boat shell like this, whether you try to oversteer in preparation for it or if it just wobbles your boat around. Everyone's looking a lot smoother as we come through here. Penn State adding in a little bit extra steering. It is a bit of a, kick yourself in the head thing afterwards when you come off the water and you've rowed. Your speed coach says you've rowed over 2,000 meters, right? The race is hard enough without adding extra meters on. UGA, I really liked how their bow woman, who is this? This is Kira McHugh, rode through this pair. It's a really long rotation out and over her rigger to make sure that that catch angle is powerful enough to support the stroke without turning the boat on the stroke here. A little bit of late feathering catch here from the stroke seat, I think, just being cautious in the wind not to scrape against the water, but effective enough to really send that boat away about 3/4 of a length every single stroke here from University of Georgia. Great work in the layback and the length out of this UGA crew. Once the legs go down, there's still a lot of body to swing. Make sure that that stroke is powerful into the back end. we go. Staying open on the field, very cool, calm, collected, in control of what they see in the crews behind them. Looks like they've opened up their lead the more the water has calmed down. They are a little bit over 1250 into the race. Georgia Tech is starting to push themselves away from Penn State. I believe we are going to see in the next 500 meters before we find the sprinting buoys that Georgia Tech is going to stay long and lead the Lions out of Happy Valley. Penn State just holding on to their lead over Illinois, but it's not guaranteed. Illinois is just doing a little bit of extra steering, but if they get that together, then you're going to see a really tight race between those two. It's a great shot from the stern in the Georgia Tech shell. Love the yellow and black for the buzz here. Good, great swing and send as they come through. I also like that they're getting really good reach over the rigger. Boat's moving a lot side to side a little bit. I think the wind's still affecting them, but they're staying really confident and strong and aggressive in that rate. It's very funny to talk to people who are watching rowing that haven't experienced rowing, looking at it saying, oh, it's so peaceful. From the drone's distance, looks like it's taking a lot of time between the strokes. Meanwhile, it's a stroke every 2 seconds. I'm sorry, not even. Barely the second per stroke, a stroke every 2.5 seconds. So they're working their absolute hardest to get themselves down the course here. But kind of like a duck on the water, calm up top, feet moving below. The University of Georgia crew is through the 1,500 meter mark. They're about to close in on their last quarter of the race. We'll see if that changes their race plan or if they stay calm and contested. And here comes Illinois. The Illini are making their way through the Penn State crew again. Once that steering simplified and they stayed in their lane, there's so much power there that it's really helping them move back into the field, back up towards Georgia Tech. And I think they know they have enough time left in this race to try and catch that GT crew. Georgia Tech coming by, University of Georgia coming by my line of sight, looking good still. Great pickup here. There we go. It is so the Illini are still up on Penn State and trying to close in on that Georgia Tech crew. It might be just a little too little space to make that happen, but it's a really aggressive march forward. Now Illinois is going to get about bow ball's worth of open water on Penn State, and they are picking up their sprint now because if it's not now, it's never. Here they go. They're going to try and close this gap and take over the second place spot in the C final for the women's pair.
So let's finish off this race, and then we're going to bring you a chance to talk with Emma Craner, who is one of the recipients of our Hall of Fame award. And I have a feeling Emma's not the type of person who likes to brag about herself. So we are going to make that happen and find out some great stuff about a former Purdue rower and what she went on to do. Well, first of all, how Purdue and her coaches created a space for her in the world in rowing, and what that was able to do for her in some pretty spectacular ways. So, Emma, tell us about yourself a little bit.
Well, I'm an Indianapolis native and a Purdue alum, and chose Purdue because they had a crew club, actually.
Oh, wow.
And also it was affordable at the time.
Yeah. And in-state, and really good. Are you an engineer?
No, I am. I ended up with a dietetics degree.
Okay, so sort of, technical and scientific. Yeah.
Right. Yes. We can say I was a food engineer.
Oh, awesome.
Not really, but yeah,
Still,
similar.
Close enough for that. And so you walked in to row, and immediately Jerry, your coach, had to confront something about you, and why don't you tell us what that is?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a club, so I walked on.
Yeah.
Self-selected my, and I was pretty determined that I was gonna be a rower. And my freshman coach, my novice coach, didn't know where to put me in the boat, because one of my arms is about 5 to 6 inches shorter than the other.
Yeah, and has a limited range of motion relative to the other, or
Yes, grip strength, limited range, muscle um,
different strength levels.
muscular differences.
Yeah.
And so Jer came over as the varsity women's coach, Jer Jenkins, and said, well, obviously she's a starboard.
In fact, earlier when we were talking, I sort of said, do you mind sharing with me what, as you're going to find out soon, she did something pretty spectacular with this. But I sort of said, can you show me? And she raised her arms. I said, oh, you were a starboard. And they both started laughing. Jerry is sitting here on the tree having brought you over. And so you ended up rowing at Purdue for 4 years, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm, yes.
And what's the best boat that you raced in there?
I got to race in the varsity boat once or twice.
Yeah.
But
so
I
you're
was
1V. She's a 1V rower. There you go.
I was actually more of a 2V.
Yeah.
Rower.
Yeah, you're pretty tall and you're pretty strong, it looks like.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you saw this woman walking down the street, you go, yeah, she's a rower. So after, what year did you graduate from there?
2008.
And then what happened?
I was recruited out for the Paralympic team.
And that was the first year of Paralympic rowing.
At the Paralympics.
At the Paralympics in London.
Beijing.
So with, there you go. And so here you are. You've just sort of been a 2V rower at Purdue, and you go to China. What was that like?
Oh, it was wild. I mean, I was just telling one of the Purdue rowers that rowing on Melton Lake, or even on the Wabash, back at Purdue where we trained, is one of those things where your water is water is water. But if you can row on the Wabash, you can row anywhere.
Yes.
Yes.
It can get exceptionally
most of the Midwest
shallow
programs,
at times.
Right. Shallow and windy and
all at the
current,
same time, and curves.
Beijing was the same, just farther away in a different time zone.
There's a little bit of a Hoosiers reference here someplace, I think. Just 2,000 meters is 2,000 meters is 2,000 meters. So what did it feel like, though, to get on the starting line at the Olympic Games?
I mean, oddly enough, one of the things that I did at the starting line of any international race, Beijing and the ones following, was I just imagined myself sitting on the dock on the Wabash River.
Okay.
But because sitting at the starting line wearing the USA uni is pretty terrifying. That's like the best way to describe it. Just, oh my gosh, don't screw up.
Yeah.
So
you took yourself back to a place where you'd been supported, pushed, able to fully develop as an athlete, and judged for who you are and not what you're not.
Yes, exactly. Like I had proven myself at Purdue, and so I just would do this visualization of the dock and the 1,000 meters we would row over and over and over again.
Which event did you race in Beijing?
The Lakes Trunk and Arms. The Cox 4.
Yeah,
Cox 4.
Yeah, so it's a mixed event.
Yeah.
2 men, 2 women.
Mm-hmm. And a coxswain.
And a coxswain, obviously, and a coxswain can be either a man or woman. That's not a gendered position.
No, and they are also not physically.
They can just be a coxswain.
They're just a coxswain.
Yeah. You don't have to have they don't have to have an impairment in their physical abilities at all. Or could you imagine being blind? Let's have the blind coxswain event.
Yeah.
Little beeps down the course. But you would imagine actually, though, a blind coxswain would feel things pretty well in the boat. Like everything that is a limitation in some ways can become a strength in other ways. So while you were at Purdue, the Purdue women were pretty dominant, if I remember correctly. You and
In the mid
UCSB
2000s,
sort
right?
of pushing back and forth. Is that fair, Jerry? Santa Barbara was your main competition? Yeah. And it was still when they
Right.
would go to Dadvale, and sort of Dadvale was a big race. So, um, what was the competition like on your college team at that point? Because you had a fairly large women's team, relatively speaking, at that time to other places too.
Yeah, we had a deep women's team. We had a lightweight boat, a lightweight 8. We had many fours, 2V, 1V, and then seat races amongst those. And I floated between boats because, well, I was telling you I was pretty determined to be good, but I didn't initially start that way because I came into the sport not knowing much about it.
Yeah.
I just came to a regatta like one today, and I thought I'm gonna do that one day.
Oh, that's great.
And
Got to imagine that's inspiration for a lot of people. And right now that the regatta is so big, anyone come by, it's like, oh, I want to do that too. And there's so many clubs to join at this point versus the mid 2000s where maybe there were a lot, but there are so many varying sizes and levels of it.
Yes. Yeah, I think yeah, like IU has the varsity program, but that was not a good school for me because I knew I would never probably be on that team because I had not had the experience of rowing before.
Right.
Sure.
So being in the club, just having that walk-on ability and then training in the barge.
Yeah.
Riding in the launch when you didn't make the lineup.
Yeah.
Which I did. And I got a lot better as the years went on. So by the time I was a senior, I was, like I said, I was in the 1V, but only a couple times when I won my seat race.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So
then
as everyone sort of has
Right.
to
Yeah.
face that selection, and particularly on a deep and a fast team,
Yeah.
it's harder
Yeah.
to do that. Were there any adaptations that you had to make to equipment or to the rowing stroke to handle your left arm being short?
Yeah, there was. And that didn't happen until I, kind of confessed, I guess, if you will, to the varsity coach at that time. When I was seat racing, I was like, this oar could be way better rigged
For you.
for me.
Yeah.
And so we made some adjustments in my handle, and that made a huge difference. But I hadn't thought of that until later on when I started, sometimes I would win the seat race and sometimes I wouldn't. And it, every little second counts.
Yeah, and it also
Absolutely.
takes a certain amount of time in the sport, right, especially as you walk on, to realize that so many parts of this boat can get rigged to fit a specific athlete. As much as there's uniformity, there's also a point where you want to individually set for each of your
You
athletes
need
to be as
every
successful
athlete
as
needs to
possible,
be
right?
sitting in the right seat.
And if you're going to take a situation like a seat race where you want to get as objective as possible, yeah, you need to set up the equipment so everyone there can give their 100% best effort, right? You're not going to put a bunch of open weight athletes in a lightweight shell and expect them to do their
So Eddie,
best event.
let's give a
Yeah.
call out here, take a little break here, and take a look at this men's pair.
Northwestern
the C
crew
final.
leading the pack right now, very closely contested by University of Rhode Island. We also have on the screen, I believe that is that an Illinois crew in lane
Yep,
2?
it
Yeah.
is.
Moving down, and then Colorado State also at the top of the screen. Look at this pickup from the Northwestern crew. These guys have a really strong, grippy front end. A little bit of tension in the bowman's shoulder.
shoulders.
I think he's just trying to get them to the finish line here.
And
See
you
if
can
he-
see him getting pulled around as a result.
Yeah.
I mean, there
Well-
you have the stroke hanging on it really nicely.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like a long outside arm and a short inside arm there, having a little bit of a
So a little bit out of their lane, coming back gradually. I think
Yeah.
URI is not going to be able to catch them before we hit the final buoy of this event. Illinois putting on a great sprint here. These guys are going to give it everything they have, try and close in on the gap. I love to see that pace. And URI, closer than I would have guessed. They are quarter of a length down on or overlapping with Northwestern. Let's see if their sprint
and
can take them all the
Colorado
way
State
through.
in there also.
But I think, URI is going to make a
wow.
push.
There you go.
Yes.
This is for the C-level final for the 13th
Yes.
pair overall
Oh,
in
man.
the country. URI is starting to overtake Northwestern, and I think a little bit of simple
and Illinois
steering.
is deciding to go on a three lane tour there. and now stopping and getting the
there
point
we
better.
go. URI's crew, that is the rowers of Sam Proler and Aidan Melanson, overtaking Northwestern late in the race to secure first
There
in
you
the C
go.
final, overtaking Alexander Yezbik and Ryan El-Gesab. In the Northwestern crew, Colorado State's Ashby Dietz and Seth Shrimsema in the third place spot. Illinois holding on to the fourth spot with Aditya Haridas and Harry Sutcliffe.
And just to make clear, if you're new to this sport, you do not have to finish in your lane in rowing in the United States.
As long as you don't interfere with another
As long as
boat.
you don't interfere with another crew, you can finish anywhere as long as it's inside the course. Now, if you go to England, and particularly if you race at the Henley or you race on the Tideway in the Thames, you have to stay in your lane because it's a big thing for them. So Illinois manages to go across and stay in that space. We'll be picking up the women's novice 4C final. But let's come back a little bit and speak with our Hall of Fame athlete here.
One of three inductees into the ACRA Hall of Fame. Second year, right?
Yes, the second
year. So one of 6.
And
elite company.
And the second woman to be brought into the Hall of Fame, and our first Paralympian to be brought into the Hall of Fame here. How did they, did you get? Is this like the Nobel Prize? Did you suddenly get a phone call, or how did they let you know?
Yeah, it was hey, calling to let you know. Yeah. I did not campaign, if you will, for sure.
I don't think campaigning is allowed at
I don't think
all.
it's allowed. I think you would have won the campaign very quickly. I think that your credentials speak for themselves. But I think it's pretty clear to all of us who've been in ACRA for a while. They recognize the most special athletes who've come through these clubs in the club history. So they're really looking to put you all on stage
on
and
display. Absolutely.
Right, among Pops,
absolutely.
Pops Wagner.
Yeah.
They really want to make sure that everyone is aware of how many remarkable people have
come through this
shared
program and this regatta. So you raced in Beijing in 2008, and you raced, I'm assuming, in some world championships coming out of that, and then you raced in London in 2012. How did you finish in those regattas?
Yeah, I mean, I remember them like they were yesterday, actually, especially now that I'm sitting in front of a race course and hearing all these, beautiful noises of the puddles and the clicking and the coxswain. But anyway, Beijing, we finished 3rd.
Okay.
Or no, I'm sorry, silver, second.
Silver, second. There you go.
We got a medal, yeah.
You got a medal in the Olympics. I
just
forgot
can't
which
remember
one.
Well, it's not about the medal, though. I mean,
Absolutely.
I've.
But still, we're going to be proud of you no matter what,
yeah.
and we can be proud of the medal.
Yeah, it's cool to win a medal, and certainly you try to every time you go out. We're going to win. But I think my greatest achievement in rowing is not any single medal, but just raising. It's my family. I've met my husband on the club rowing team.
Okay.
And so we have a beautiful family. We kind of crossed paths here at Melton Lake for the very first time.
Oh,
Very
great.
cool.
And where are you living these days?
We live in Cincinnati.
Okay, so not too far away. And Chip is here with us. Chip, how old are you? 10. Looks like you're already going to be tall. Are you going to go row in college maybe? He says yes. And that's going to be at Michigan, right? He said yes. There you go. And then I'm sorry, I've forgotten your daughter's name again.
This is Joan.
Joan, that's right. Joan is sitting here with some spectacular yellow and pink sparkly casts on both arms. So in solidarity with Mom there, I guess this had to do with the jungle gym. Is that right, Joan?
Yep, the backyard fort.
Did it hurt? Yeah. How's it going now? She's saying good.
Yeah.
So, tough kid.
She's
Absolutely.
tough. She's tough. It's been a long week. It happened just a few days ago.
Oh, my
Oh,
gosh.
no. Wow.
Yeah, she's a trooper.
Well, there you go. And so anything from rowing that brought you into family life and motherhood that you think was important that you maybe learned incidentally along the way from rowing that's making this even more important thing in your life work well for you?
Well, I think motherhood is definitely my truest vocation. Rowing is a close second.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's good.
but it's definitely the thing that I find the most joy in doing in my spare time, or when I'm not mothering. It seems. And our family motto is "Teamwork makes the dream work," and we have it written in our kitchen. And
Very fitting for
say-
two rowers.
right?
Very fitting.
And it's all about the teamwork at my house and I think rowing especially taught my husband and I, since he was also a rower, just that how every person's contribution counts.
That's great.
Every single stroke. And you take a stroke off and the rest of the people have to figure it out, and then you get back on track.
And sometimes you do take a stroke off. It does happen.
It
It's
does.
not like the goal is not to never take a stroke off. It's to get back up and keep pulling when you go.
Yeah.
And figuring out, sometimes if it's really bad, you figure out why'd that happen. Let's not have that happen again.
Right.
But still.
Yeah. Like Steve Wagner said at the ceremony at lunchtime, how do you make a boat fast? And there's a certain recipe for it. And the goal is always to follow all the, have all the ingredients.
Yeah.
And that's definitely how we run our house. We have to have all the pieces and parts of to make the
To make the recipe taste good.
I guess.
Whatever it is. Beyond.
There's my food knowledge. There
you go.
creeping
Exactly.
in.
Check back into the race. We have a really dominant C
Yeah.
final lead from University of New Hampshire here, and we had Colorado State in second, but a mini crab on the course, and Florida State took that and passed them and are holding that second place spot, charging through, I think, open water on C State.
And
Took
now
them a minute to
catching
get
a little
back in.
digger of their own, actually, also.
A little bit, yeah. This is novice racing, and they're excited, and then they're hungry, so it might have a little bit of things that need to get refined. Penn State just a little bit behind the field here, but I think this UNH team setting a standard for the new current decade of UNH rowing as they return to ACRA with more crews in the last few years. Congratulations to the women's novice 4 from UNH, coached by Ivy Young, making it through the finish line to win the C final. Florida State holding on to their second place hold here. I think they are going to hold on to that, just going to make it under the 9:30 mark here. And it looks like Penn State has also capitalized on some of those strokes that C State was taking late, and they've taken third place in the C final. Colorado State will bring up the rear. I think there was an issue in the boat, and they have to finish by pair. Sorry to hear that for Colorado State.
So we would love to thank you for coming by and coming this weekend and bringing your kids. Joan, keep working. And when you get out of those casts, you do all of the therapy, right? So that you can be part of the work crew. No excuses. Got it.
Team.
And Jerry, thanks for coming on. Jerry Jenkins, a nuclear engineer and a longtime coach at Purdue. His son rode at Purdue. You could see when his son was stroking the 2V for Purdue a couple years ago, and I saw Jenkins, and I'm like, yeah, that's Jerry's son. And sure enough, he is, and he is now an assistant coach at the University of Virginia. So, again, all of these coaching genealogies, not just from Jerry to you and you to your kids, but happening over and over in our sport. Just really a great thing. So thank you very much. Enjoy your best vocation, and come back and enjoy your second vocation as often as you would like with ACRA. Love to have you back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to be back. What a beautiful race.
Thanks so much for
Race
joining
day.
us.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and boiler up.
Boiler up.
You know what that took for me to say, right, Jerry?
We have the men's novice 4 E-final. Coming down the course, there's about 4 crews or so in the mix right now for second place, because we got the lead crew in lane 3 from Penn State. So from the left side to the right side of your screen, you've got George Mason, then Purdue. We were just talking to some Purdue alum.
Boiler up.
And we have Tennessee fighting for that second place spot, the hometown crew. Penn State in the lead. West Point, West Point just barely in that third spot, and then UC Irvine over in lane 1, also in a contest. So GMU, really good work here, bringing that outside heat on Tennessee, making them sweat, on Penn State, on West Point, and just a little bit ahead of that UC Irvine crew. But pretty much everyone besides Purdue, surprisingly, given how their novice race, all up in the mix for this. I think given that it's novice racing, even the Penn State lead right now, not safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Tennessee, home water here, they sort of know where they are, hopefully spent a lot of time on this water and able to sort of recognize that this is the time to go. Again, this is their last race of the season, so it's time to get going. Last one, fast one is, one of the various little stupid sayings we have in rowing to get the athletes to do everything that they can. They're like, last one, are you sure? Really, you promise? But a really great race here going between still actually, 5 crews overlapped from the first to the fifth, although not necessarily all overlapped with each other. It looks like there's a move going up on the outside there.
West Point.
West Point moving. Army, again, as we said, if nothing else, Army is going to be in good shape.
Oh, yeah, they better be.
And here goes Tennessee picking up and starting a sprint to try and get back into them, knowing where it is. George Mason also coming hard to try and get in there. The end of the first season in collegiate rowing for all of these athletes, whether they rowed in high school or not. And
it's a big step up from high school rowing to the collegiate scene. It's so many more youth clubs that are making their way into college rowing, and I've had so many who are at really high-end youth clubs, and they got to college rowing. Oh, I've been to nationals. Oh, I've done, and then they got here and would get smoked by any program here. Oh, this is really hard. Yeah, this is.
There are very few high school programs that can really put the 2K down in quite the same way. There are a few, and they always have to have some sort
Speaking
of
which,
extra stud.
West Point is trying to overtake Penn State right now, and that is still Tennessee in that third place spot. The
that's
through the
a
line
great sprint
photo
from West
finish.
Point.
I can't call it. We'll see what HereNow says.
Yeah, I think West Point ended second.
I think
but
they were on the charge.
But they were charging, so maybe they got the bow ball to move through. The result is taking a little bit of time because they're checking, which is good. HereNow producing such good results all the time, so quickly, and they're up. That this is being held means that they are absolutely looking to see what will happen.
They're going to the photo finish.
An E-final, this is for 25th or 26th
and
spot
it's
overall,
so tight.
But it's so tight, absolutely. So unofficial finish times are still not even posted. That they're going back and checking the video and checking the finish line camera. One great thing about HereNow is that you can see those on their website when you go HereNow.com and find the regatta.
And I believe
but Penn
it's going to be
State
the men's.
comes through.
Wow.
7:54.2. I bet you we're going to have a 7:54.2 as well.
Yeah, 100th of a second here.
Something like that for.
Oh, they don't even post it on the screen. It's so tight. Men's novice
but we
D
can
final
look online
at
and
HereNow.com.
see at HereNow.com and actually see what the result will be.
We'll tell you in just a moment when we know it. But the D final coming down, we got on the left side of your screen Notre Dame, then Long Beach State, then Michigan State, Bowdoin, University of New Hampshire, and Chicago. Very close realm right here. It looks like it's going to be Michigan State slightly in the lead, just barely over Long Beach, and Notre Dame right now in the third place spot. These crews are just about to approach the 1K mark, so it's too early to call anyone as being comfortably.
No one's comfortable right now.
In
the
left
lane. Side of that is out in front of the right side of that, and we've seen that a little bit today. In sometimes I don't think it's a conditions thing. This course is pretty fair that way. Going back up Penn State 754.2, West Point 754.5, and Tennessee 757.3. So West Point, having been able to move through Tennessee and almost catch Penn State, they just need one more stroke. They needed 10 more meters, 5
Can you
more
say that
meters,
one more
and they
time
would have
for
been
us?
fine. Penn State 754.2, West Point 754.5,
Wow.
Tennessee 757, George Mason 801, and the other two are not posted yet.
Well done by Penn State to hold off that sprint. Well done by West Point to really put them, put their feet over the fire, I guess.
Absolutely.
But now we do have a little bit of
step up when it was
separation
time to go, right?
from Michigan State in lane 4 here in the white shell. A little bit of that. What color green does Michigan State represent? Is it a forest green? It's a very, very deep dark
It is
green.
a deep green. I would not want to misstate the official
No,
color.
they
Sparty green.
Spartan
It's
green.
Sparty green.
Diplomatic answer.
There you go.
Compared to the Kelly green that Notre Dame is sporting in this shell here, in this Vespoli hull.
Absolutely.
Great look. I love the way that the bowmen, all 4 of them, they get that blade out, hang. The legs are really low, and there's actually a really high feather off the water, so it's just as clean as possible. There's no chance of novice tendencies to get in the way of the power out of the bow.
Exactly. So, Michigan State, Notre Dame, don't know if these novice fours were racing at the macro with each other. It's hard to sort of know what comes up there. But those two crews, those two programs have certainly been seeing each other all season. And then Long Beach State in between them, those 3 crews on the left side of the course leading away. And then with Bowdoin, UNH, and Chicago on the other side in that order, sort of reaching back. There's no progression here, so you really are just racing for
place.
Racing for your place. And as these crews are approaching 1,500, little nice move here by Notre Dame, trying to get up into Michigan State. Michigan State, sort of a resurgent club now, having some stability in their coaching and able to draw more and more kids.
Right.
Quite interestingly, there's a lot of high school rowing in the state of Michigan.
Oh, big time.
But
the
Michigan
Scholastic
State
regional championships were filled with great programs from Michigan.
But Michigan State, nonetheless, still a place where walk-ons have a fair amount of chance inside the program. That the rhythm here in the Michigan State crew, really quite nice. Here we have Michigan State. You see them from up front. The stern pair really match very well together, and the blades getting in. You see occasionally in 2-seat a little bit of digging the shaft down into the water, but when it's right on the water there, it's very, very nice, powerful stroke. And the engine room, that is 2 and 3, and they're really driving the power and the rhythm that's putting them out in front as they're going to go across the finish line here and take the event pretty soon. Notre Dame also looking quite nice in their rowing, the bright green boat there. But this is going to be Michigan State's race.
Great work by them. Again, when we saw them in that first 1K, everyone was overlapped. Someone really had to decide that they wanted to be the top dog in this race, and the Sparties over here said it's going to be us. Great work by them, closing in the last few strokes of their novice season, their first collegiate racing season as they approach the 2K mark. We'll hear the horn in a second. The Notre Dame crew, the Fightin' Irish, are going to hold on to that second place spot. I really love the rowing I just saw out of that novice crew. Excited to see what they make out of it next year as varsity athletes for an already competitive program, deep program.
So Michigan State in 7:36, Notre Dame coming in second at a 7:41. This will be Bowdoin in third at 7:48. Back out to the other. So Bowdoin made quite a nice push there.
They
to
did,
get through,
yeah. Long Beach State was
Long Beach
up and
State
ahead.
was up ahead of them, and then New Hampshire, and then finally that will be Chicago in sixth.
Nicely done. We are now moving into the women's varsity for the D level final. This is the 4th level final for the event. and this is the women's event with the most entries, I believe, this weekend. From the
From your
left
left?
side
Yep.
to the right side of your screen, you have Purdue, University of Central Florida, University of California, Santa Barbara, Emory, and Tennessee. Tennessee just barely up ahead of the field right now.
So 5 crews here. Yeah, I think Tennessee's up there. Again, we could be getting a little bit of parallax off of there
Could
to
be.
see if they're leading. We'll see in a little bit, but certainly Tennessee up there
Up
with.
there. What we do know is that once they settle down off the high strokes, Purdue knows how to lengthen and own the middle 1K of the race, so I expect some really good racing from them. Central Florida, though, looks like they are the next crew up in the mix
And
right
Santa
now.
Barbara.
And Santa Barbara. So great work by the Gauchos right now. Really happy to see that Central Florida swing.
And I think that you have right now Santa Barbara and Central Florida there in the lead, with Tennessee hanging in there. Again, it's sort of hard to tell. Actually, I think probably right now Central Florida a little bit ahead. Again, the hard part is that the dark deck of that boat recedes into the image,
Yeah.
and the white boats of the other 2 boats push forward. So you sort of have to try and look from here at where the blades are going in the water. And when we look at where the blades and where those puddles are happening, I think we have Central Florida a couple of seats up now at this point and moving. Looking across, though, I do think we still have Tennessee up there, at least even with Santa Barbara, maybe a seat ahead.
I see what you're saying.
We
Yeah.
we will start to see a little bit more when we're able to get a different shot. Very nice move to give us the whole field there from our drone pilots, who are doing such an amazing job of giving us these images. And in fact, I think we now have Tennessee working again quite up even. I think you have both of those boats, Tennessee and Florida State. Is that no? I'm the wrong place. Sorry.
Central Florida.
Central
Santa
Florida.
Barbara.
Sorry, Tennessee and Central Florida, getting up a little bit now over UC Santa Barbara in this place, and so there's going to be a race across the way. The coxswains, they can see each other, but not easily. And particularly as they start to move and get out in front of the other crew, they really have to depend on their rower. Really nice move here coming, very clear move coming from Central Florida. And they are getting ahead. Perhaps Tennessee now getting reeled back in a little bit by UC Santa Barbara. And if I were that coxswain's coach, I would hope that she would be looking over and seeing it and calling for a push right now at the very, very point that the Tennessee crew is maybe a little vulnerable because they were working so hard to stay up with Central Florida. One of the advantages for the Florida crew, it can be an advantage and a disadvantage, as with many things in life. Your best strength is also your biggest weakness, or gives you the biggest challenges at times. Florida has really good, easy access to water all year long, as in some ways does Santa Barbara, although the winter can be a little chilly up in that part of California. But you can get seduced by the water and not necessarily get all the training that you might get done efficiently.
Right.
On an
Otherwise, if it were the other case around, the Midwest programs, Northeast programs wouldn't be able to hold a candle to Southeast and California coasts.
Exactly.
But Central Florida is.
If you're well coached, you're going to row well.
If you're well coached, and they're showing that they're well coached in this bucket. The way they're picking up the shell in that front, it looks like the front half of the drive is twice as long as it actually is. They are scooping and sending, almost shoveling the speed out of the river. It is so strong and intense. I'm really excited to see this. The UCSB crew has a former rower in her first year of coxing at the helm right now, so I know she also has that athletic mindset too.
And having been through what she had to do to be in those boats, and particularly as a smaller person, she had to work, maybe twice as hard. But she knows what the pain feels like.
Yeah.
And maybe gives her some insight in how to get there. Again, sort of something that can happen in high school rowing, something that can happen in ACRA rowing.
Yeah.
not likely to happen very much in the Division One, Division Three, NC2A world.
That's right.
Because they wouldn't have been there to start. So here is the Tennessee
crew who are second now. It looks like that UCF crew. What are they? The Golden Knights. Maybe I have that wrong. I know it's a gold in their logo. Typically.
No, that's correct. I think the Golden Knights
have walked through them and the rest of the field. So I think Tennessee is still pushing off and away from the UCSB crew, but we'll see what happens when they come into this last quarter of the race. UCSB, really long, aggressive stroke. I like the swing that this group of women are getting out of the boat.
And that is a coxswain who is properly down.
They are. They know how the boat
cockpit
feels
there.
when the coxswain is
Is
not
standing
sitting in
up
the right
and,
spot.
One of the things that a coxswain really wants to do is become part of the shell. They don't want to be wiggly. They don't want to be
Battery level is low.
Their weight move.
Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds.
Happening here to sort of try and get back in. They still have over 500 meters to go. So we'll see if Tennessee can get up again. They know this water. It's 25 minutes from home. So they do get up here. Maybe some of them rode here for Atomic in high school.
Right.
You never know, but water that they know really quite well in that sense. That gives us, Central Florida. Still out in front and looking quite nice and quite long. Tennessee, though, is closing some water a little bit. Just a hair of open water as they go by. And the rhythm in that Central Florida boat quite nice.
It's such rhythm. I mean, you could just make you could plan it, right? I could feel the beats of the oars going in the water. It's not just the body swinging forward, which can be kind of an illusion where, the rhythm, I move back up fast, but you hit a point where you just have too much ratio committed to making the recovery fast and faster than the drive, and it gets in the way of your ability to move the boat. This one it's evident. Whatever the rate they're getting at, this 32 or 34, is distinct.
And what you said earlier today, we were both out riding with Nick Parker the other day for the Columbia Lightweights, and he sort of said, every boat has its own rhythm.
Every boat has a different rhythm.
And you have to figure out what that rhythm is of the hull to make the hull plane out properly. And that skill of feeling the expansion of the boat, the press of the boat, how a boat rolls through the recovery, when you need to pick it up just to keep it sitting down, can differ from boat to boat, even if you have, say, two Vespolis, but they're rigged differently or it's a slightly different hull, or one is older and one is younger. It takes a different sense of what's going there.
Yeah, and older, younger is a really big component that shells, certain makers, I think Vespoli does a great job at their shells retaining speed, retaining stiffness.
That's why a lot of clubs are using them. We're not buying equipment as often as the others. Exactly. But you can see in here the sort of just very nice sense of the boat in the rhythm that
great work
that Florida
from UCF,
Central Florida had.
I think we were talking a little bit too much about the boats to notice that Tennessee did work their way back in to make that a very close second place. You see Santa Barbara still held on to that third. You'll see what happens in the times. Once Emory's through the line, then we'll see Purdue come through the line. 2 seconds. Okay, but Tennessee worked their way back into that Central Florida lead that they carved out in the middle of the race.
2.5, so it was about astern,
yeah.
Essentially a little bit of over. But Tennessee moving back and closing down on the water. Santa Barbara 906, Emory at a 920. This being again the lowest level final in the women's varsity 4 coming today. The other 3 finals will be tomorrow in the full finals day as they move forward. So now we're going to see a men's varsity 4 final here with Virginia Tech. You see Tulane on the left, Michigan State in the middle, Virginia Tech on the right. And these are the, again, sort of lowest level crews. They've been trailing most of their racing here today. making sure that these guys are now found their speed, and they're going to have a good race to see where they can be. And that's what we're seeing right now with Tulane and Michigan State, sort of pushing to see where they can be against each other right now. It's Michigan State up there. Really see the blades chopping in a little bit, maybe a little bit of extra energy there, but it's getting the boat moving right now. So slowly, bit by bit, step by step, as they're coming into almost 3 minutes, they're taking an inch here, 2 inches there, half a seat there. The question will be, can Tulane respond to that? The rhythm in the Tulane boat here, very nice and lopey. The crew's swinging up together, really getting the blades in and pressing. And they're a little bit lower in rating, so it means that they have someplace to go, maybe, to try and go and catch the Spartans up there. Virginia Tech, not out of it, but open water between Michigan State and Virginia Tech, and then Tulane sort of being the bridge boat in those two. But Tulane now just breaking on Virginia Tech. So you have these three boats here. You can see different rhythms. You can see a little bit of different puddles. What you're wanting to see, and what's very nice in the Michigan State boat, is that the puddle is not too big. It's tight, but it's definitely there, and it's formed, and particularly in that stern pair that is driving the four here. It's great rhythm and very nice controlled row, and that's now what's getting them getting a break here on Tulane. So you can see some open water. Again, the drone is a little bit ahead of the race, so it's distorting just a little bit the lead, but you can see this nice rowing. So the three-man there in the dark T-shirt, you can see the blade going in, and a really nice immediate lock and press, and his body hangs. A little bit of what we call shooting the tail, that is the legs moving without moving the handle, but by and large he gets locked on and he's hanging. That stern pair working well, and that's why that boat is just moving away. Tulane here in second, and as I said, just barely breaking some open water on Virginia Tech. But they need to move away just a little bit more. Here, if you see the three-man in that boat, he's opening his back just a little too soon rather than letting the legs push. And if you watch his puddle, you see that it doesn't really lock on until further in the stroke because there's not enough leg connection there to really sort of push the boat. So if you're a rower and you're watching this and your coach keeps telling you to sit up and press your legs and not throw your back, that's why. And that's why they can tell what's going on even if they can't see your body. They can just look at the puddle and read the water and see what's happening. By the way, your teammates can often do that as well. So you want to be able to use that as some feedback, what your puddle looks like, to be able to push along here. Again, Michigan State, very nice, moving together. The stroke is slightly longer into his body than everyone else, and so a little bit of rhythm issues around the finish, but the boat is moving nicely. The shoulders are forward. There's a nice hang through the armpit. The legs are driving well together, all four, and that's why they are actually out in front. And now, just moving away, they have a different gear that some of the other guys don't have in the other two boats. So Spartans, they're very nice. The boat is clearly stable and set, blades off the water nicely, and swinging up and moving into the catch quite well. So what I like there is that their motion into the catch, all the knees, all the bodies come in together. So it's one application of power there and happens together, and that's moving really quite well for them. As we go back here to watch the other crews here, here we have Tulane, and the three-man in Tulane who was a little bit ago, really sort of throwing his back open. Is still leading with the shoulders, you can see there, but it's not nearly as much of a throw as it was. The other three sitting up nicely. You can see the effort on those faces, though, right? This is a hard race to do, and they are sitting up there. You can sort of see the effort. But nonetheless, look at how composed that stroke is, keeping his body nice and over the center. Now we're going to come up over, it looks like, and pick up some Virginia Tech perhaps as they come through. And we'll see, yep, there's Virginia Tech. And you can just see not as much power on the boat as the other two, but the rowing is very nice. Nice and long, tall, sitting up there. Just you can see the blades hanging a little bit and then dropping in. We call that missing a little water or rowing it in. What you want is the blade to go in as it goes away from you, right at the very top part of where the knees come up and turn around, where the seat wheels, the front of the seat or the wheels on the seat do that as well. These crews coming in to the last couple of strokes coming across the line as we pull back out and see the whole thing. We now actually have quite a nice little race happening there as Michigan State goes in close, but it does very much look like Virginia Tech has been able to get closer to Tulane. Tulane still gets across in 8:31. Virginia Tech, though, having closed down as they're going to come across in an 8:35. So quite a nice race there for the F final, the lowest level final of the Varsity 4. But a Varsity 4, a varsity event, one of the two main varsity events in terms of subscription in the whole regatta. The largest event, the most prestigious event on both the men's and the women's side are the Varsity 8s. And you can see here that we have a D-E semi-final here with 5 crews in it. So the top 3 crews will go into the D final tomorrow. The bottom 2 will go into the E final. And again, we have Virginia Tech in this race. So that was a busy coaching staff getting those 2 crews out and onto the water right next to each other. Going from left to right, we have UMass there on the left, not quite straightened up yet. These crews are getting their points. Next to UMass, we will have Rhode Island in the middle, Santa Barbara, then Northwestern, and finally Virginia Tech. In these programs, Santa Barbara has actually won the men's varsity 8 here at the regatta about 2017, so 9 years ago. So a program with some real history and a brand new coach this year, trying to figure some things out there. Good luck to the Gauchos coming in here, hopefully coming to set a race down to set them in a good space for next year. Northwestern women are particularly strong. The Northwestern men, great to see them racing in the 8 and going after that. Rhode Island getting back in places. UMass rebuilding themselves, also up to race an 8. It's important that programs choose to race races that are going to be challenges for them, even if they need to race in the E final.
Yeah, and it's tough to get some guys to commit their senior year to, hey, this is not our year where we go out and win everything. This is our year. Some sports talk about it. The dynasty starts after you. But it's like this is your year to reset the program. And that's your legacy is going to be, this is the first year that things start to jump off in this decade. And, Coach Bigelow is in her second year, Isabel. And
at UMass,
and
where you rode, just to be clear.
To be clear, with all the history I'm about to drop, and follows Tony Cronin's 25 year. He started 02, ended 24, almost 25 year tenure with the club, right? And pretty much the whole 2000s defined by Tony Cronin's time with the program, which had really high heights in the 8s at New England's, here at ACRA, A lot of great stuff in the middle. He had crews racing at IRAs before clubs left. And it's the first time to reset. And last year's seniors, their stance was let's finish off in the small boats, and they were ready for the next group of Aggies to come in and recommit the program to the 8th. So long way up.
And you have to have buy-in from guys for that.
You have to buy.
It's
hard enough to get the whole program
three
down
guys
here.
and they're going, we could really do well in the 4.
So
it just creates a division within the team. So one of the things that ACRA does, and at times I think this thought was a little bit not what everyone wanted to hear necessarily. Right. But one of the things that we do in this regatta is that all the varsity 8s, men and women, race at the end of the regatta.
Oh yeah, it's
all
the
the way
event,
through.
So
instead of
event.
it just having the grand final and the petite final, it will go E final, D final, C final, B final, A final for the men, and then C final, B final, A final for the women tomorrow, as the last event, with the women's 8 having the pride of place of being the last event of the regatta. And we switch the men and the women every year so that the men are the final event one year and the women are the final event the other year.
And both events are going to be like
fire.
Oh my God, you're going to have to be
fire. So
white knuckle grip on whatever
Santa Barbara, the Gauchos out here putting a really nice race. We have a little chevron going. Let's sort of see where their race is. There's
so lane 1 over on the right side of your screen is the Virginia Tech Hokies. Lane 2 is Northwestern, UCSB in the middle, URI to their left, and UMass just a little bit off the pace at the lane 6 spot over there on the left.
UMass still racing though there.
All crews in really good
with
form
Virginia
right now.
Tech. I mean, those two are giving a good race to each other, as in fact are Rhode Island and Northwestern there. You have some really nice rhythm here out of Santa Barbara, and they're at about 36.5. So racing the pace that they need to. Just trying to break right now on Northwestern, and then Northwestern Rhode Island. No, Northwestern, and then Rhode Island say a seat behind them. Open water back there to UMass, now up on Virginia Tech. Very nice rhythm you can see in this Santa Barbara boat. Again, still up in 36-37 land, pushing away. One of the things that you want to do sort of coming off these last 2 races is knit things together. The place where the selection happens here is between 3rd and 4th. That seems to be
right. Top
pretty
3 go to the
in
D
place.
level final. The next 3 remaining in the seat go to the E level final. UCSB still holding on. This is one of the programs, the only program that can say they've won the men's and the women's 8 here. Right?
They are, yes, they are the only one who's won both. Yep.
So in a really good spot here, a little bit further away from that was 2017. But really great definition.
Yeah, who coached those guys?
I think the name escapes me at the moment.
Yeah, I know.
But once I see their face,
Charlie something.
Once I see their face,
their
it'll
face
remind
is
me.
right in front of them.
Yeah, no, it's our
okay.
co-commentator Charlie Sullivan.
It was
great work by the Gauchos here.
Yeah, it's every program has the things that are good for it and the things that are a challenge. At UCSB, they row on Lake Cachuma, which is 40 minutes away from campus, literally up and over the mountains to get there. Yeah. Right this year, the water is full. It's a reservoir in California, and so by law, when they can, it has to be full, which is really nice. The water is, 40 feet away from the front of the boathouse. When I got
almost flooding in.
When I got there, it was a mile away from the boathouse, and we had to go and reopen the path down to the dock there, and we'd carry the boats down a mile, and then after practice a mile back
But
up.
what'd you say? You said they got very big, strong shoulders that year, didn't
Strong
they?
shoulders and
boat.
really good thighs, and it worked for
It
both
helped.
programs.
It helped.
No one got through that year without having committed to being there because it was just too hard.
Yeah, thinking of Nick Parker a little bit ago, there's some things that club programs do to get guys and women to get on board, and some things are as easy as you have to run a mile to start every practice. Or I think Nick Parker at Ohio State had to run from one side of the field to the next. He's like, it's just so hard. you just can't be a jerk and get it done and then go
Exactly.
out and row after that.
But
So
the
Gauchos
rowing
in the
here,
lead.
just look at this rowing. It's actually quite pretty.
Great work from the Northwestern, who are also on the pace.
Yeah.
Closest crew contesting, and URI in that third spot. The Rams have been in a really good spot the last few years to regain speed in the eights. I love the commitment, love the Blue Vespoli shell. They're on the attack right now with 400 meters to go. I think they're going to hold this race. UMass trying to overtake VT in the last couple hundred meters of
Santa
this
Barbara
race.
into the red buoys the last 200 meters, and they're taking a little sprint just to practice it again, because they'll come back into the D final tomorrow with a
hopes to win
chance
it.
to finish 19th in the nation, which is, or they could finish 24th.
Or, yeah.
Right, so that's the
next
split
final
that
heat.
they have in.
DE semifinal heat is going to show us a lot of speed too. So we are going to come in, I think, just under the 6:30 mark here for this 1v8 out of University of California, Santa Barbara.
Yep. Very nice rhythm, very good rowing here, even at this level of the DE. And huge respect to all the programs that put their boats out here to race in the major event of the regatta. So Santa Barbara,
Northwestern through the line, URI coming through the line.
And then I think it's going to be UMass.
Virginia Tech looks like they have
Virginia Tech's getting in there, opened up on UMass. But UMass sitting in there, so they will see each other again tomorrow in the final with a chance to sort of take a look at it. The next semifinal will also be coming up. Some programs rebuilding and coming back into building what they were going to do. Some programs that have done some really important things previously, and trying to reset themselves. Some other programs actually, racing in this big event of the Varsity 8 for a newer time in their history. So as we go back up to see the D and E semifinal number 2 already underway.
Yep,
from left to right here, you are going to see Penn State.
Yep.
Next to them, Florida. In the middle, you have Boston College and Army. Boston
Fighting for the
BC
lead
up
among one
just
another.
a little bit up, maybe a seat, but Army right there. And then UNH and UConn coming down there. UConn a little bit ahead of UNH. Interestingly, just in the last 3 minutes, the wind has really picked up here.
Yeah, a bit of a tail-ish, but crossing over from the starboard shore. I think it's mostly going to hit them as a cross. Right now, Army is just a few seats up on Boston College, both of them length ahead of the next two closest crews, Florida and UNH. So talk about your rebuilding, resetting. I think there's a lot of that in this heat. Florida was committed to the quad last year, I believe won the quad, but wanted, and they knew that it was not a year that their full program could get into the eights this late in the year, so they moved down in small boats and recommitted this year to getting back up in the 8. UNH, first time here in a couple of years, adjusting to
but used to race the 8 all the time.
All the
so
time,
culturally
yeah.
within their program, a program that's used to racing the 8 in any case.
University of Connecticut coach, got to meet their coach on the lunch break. He's in his second year with the program. This is one that's still rebuilding from COVID, and the university was not super supportive of the club
restart,
rowing.
yeah.
Although they let the varsity rowing continue. Boston College had the
they
same
tried
issue.
to cut their women's program
Yeah.
illegally, one must point, and they were ordered very clearly to retain them, particularly at a program that has income coming in from basketball on both the women's and the men's side. That was just a ridiculous, redonkulous attempt to try and play in the new NLI
It's happened.
motion.
It's happened to a couple varsity women's programs. Some teams, Temple had it happen for a minute. A lot of teams in the COVID pandemic, but Boston College is back. Last year was the only year they've missed since they've started attending ACRA in 2012. So they're really excited to be back. Coach Max Ewing at the helm of this crew. These guys are looking great, giving Army a run for their money.
Really great stroke for stroke rowing, and you can see it's driving them out in front of the other two crews behind them. So I want to look here and see where the focus of the crew is, and they're all just looking forward. Who's got the better rhythm here going?
I like the BC, man. It's the Jesuit boys versus the cadets here. Who's
there
more
you go.
disciplined?
All sorts of discipline in many, many, many ways of thinking of that. But when you're right next to each other, you're noticing that they're not really looking at each other. They know the other crew's there. They can hear them. They can hear the coxswain. They are just absolutely focused here. I don't think they've been more than half a seat apart now for a
and
thousand,
I think they're trading.
for 1,000 meters.
For a few of those strokes, BC had their bow ball up. Army West Point is now back up a little bit. We can now see a pair of oars in line with BC's bow ball hull. But great race. What we are missing, and no discredit to anybody, the drone isn't picking up the sound of the crew, right? It's a little peaceful. You hear our voiceover. You're not hearing the sound of the grunts, right? The
and you're trying
to
make
them.
almost no sound as a rower because you don't want to tell the other crew that you're dying.
The pings and the clunks and all the sounds of the shell moving through, and now BC.
And BC putting a little move, a little shift
back
up there. So we'll see.
Ooh, about a seat per stroke here in this move. Let's see.
As they've started their sprint early.
They've
been pulling their sprint early. No one's holding back here. So that's gotten them 2 to 3 seats over West Point. We'll see if West Point responds. As we know, if nothing else, West Point is going to be strong. They are still a beat or two lower. So I don't know what their sprint plan is, but they may be able to go and take something up.
Boston College about 2 seats ahead as we come through the past the 1,500 mark, not quite to 400 meters to go. And interesting, as BC is lifting up their rate, it's still lengthening out their crew. They're not getting super upright. They're not getting super stiff. The stroke man is still bringing it all the way back. Actually, a lot of movement in his upper vertebrae of his spine so that he can keep the swing while
But the real important race here, you can just sort of see up in the very top of your, now it's gone away. As they're going to want to show you this final. But there's a great race going on between Florida and New Hampshire. One of those crews gets to go forward, and the other crew is going to be retained down in the E final. So here you go again. Just looks like Boston College is doing this with some rating, just getting up there and moving along.
West big Point, guys in this boat, man.
Yeah.
Your bow pair look like 2 of the tallest guys in the boat. So
West Point
here.
Looking strong and pulling hard,
and
but you
can
see the rating. The rating just not getting up to match Boston College as they're gonna go across.
Yeah, just above that 6:30 mark, I think.
But they'll get to see each other again tomorrow.
Yeah.
BC in a 6:35, Army probably 6:36 or so, and a very tight race here. One crew goes forward.
Maybe I think Florida got it.
I think Florida just barely got it. It's going to depend a little bit on the angle that the camera has.
That was over UNH, Penn State, and UConn coming through now.
So these two will go to the east. It was Florida 652.4, just beating out UNH, who was also a 652.5. So less than 1/10 of a second there between those two.
Penn State.
UConn and Penn State. So that has the separation going into the D and E finals. And now we go to the men's finals. And this is an ABC semifinal. So we're going to have 2 crews go into the A final, 2 into the B final, 2 into the C final. From left to right, we have UC Davis in lane 6, Middlebury in 5, Purdue in 4, Virginia in 3, Fordham in 2, and Michigan in 1. Trying to sort of race here. They're probably at about the 1,000-meter mark here. And we have Purdue out in front of Virginia. Purdue having had a dominant season so far. Really good race. It looks in 3rd place right now seems to be Middlebury up there and racing with UC Davis, Fordham, and Michigan. Fordham a couple of seats up on Michigan, going pretty hard. One of the West Coast coaches was telling us from last year that he doesn't. He looks at Fordham every time right now.
Every time. He's looking at that.
So as we're coming into about 800 meters to go here. Purdue out in front, just pushing quite nicely as they have the whole time. A lot of this crew raced last summer in the Royal Henley Regatta, which means that they got another 6 weeks or so of preparation before they went to England, which was very useful. The race is going to be, Virginia seems to be in second fairly clearly. So those two will go into the A final and go and try and race for the national championship. Meanwhile, you have Michigan moving up on Fordham a little bit. Fordham maybe 2 seats, 3 seats ahead of them. And you also then have Middlebury with their cow oars up there. Those two, Middlebury and Fordham, looking like they're going to get the petite final. Michigan and or
UC
Davis has to make something happen now if they're going to move up and make those finals as well.
Yeah, this is incredible. Middlebury's taking about a seat up on UC Davis every time they take a stroke. Fordham, I don't think, is worried too much about that outside heat. They're making sure Michigan does not walk on them in the last third of this piece. They are disciplined. I know they want to rise to the occasion
that coxswain,
right now.
if you look at it, is absolutely looking over, and Michigan is closing on them. But it's Michigan has to get through 2 boats to make the petite final. Meanwhile, here you see Purdue just out in front, showing what they've
looked
got.
Like last year.
Sorry?
This is what Virginia looked like last year, just opening up
and easily in front, yeah. And they're only at a 37.5, 38, so they're still at a base pace, just making sure that they get everything nice and clean coming into the final. Sort of hard to see if Michigan is moving up there. I don't think so. I think it looks like Fordham has them in control. Here comes Virginia into second. Now Michigan closing, and also
UC Davis might take
Davis
it away
closing.
From Fordham.
Like those crews have all tightened up.
Oh, that's gonna be so close.
But it's definitely going to be, I think, Middlebury and then Fordham doing a great job to make the petite final.
We'll see in a second.
We'll see.
UC Davis
So
might
6:05 for
heat.
Purdue, 6:14. Middlebury at 6:16, and Davis comes up 6:17 on the outside and closes it out. Fordham at 6:18. Michigan probably at 6:19 is my guess when it comes in 6:20.5. So Michigan sent to the C final. I think that is a first time ever for that to have happened. But this crew working hard all year. It's not for lack of effort. It's not for
it's a fast
for lack of intent. Things are just getting faster, and you have to have everything in place to be able to move forward here. The second of 3 semifinals here will be Georgia Tech, Notre Dame, Bucknell, UCLA, Delaware, and North Carolina.
Still lining up right now.
Still getting on there, so Georgia Tech all the way to the left. Bucknell has been someone's not there yet. That's interesting. So what time is it right now?
3 minutes ahead.
So there's 3 minutes. We're at 15.
We're
at 3:03. We're at 3:03, and this needs to be 3:06 as a start. So someone has a minute there. I believe that is Bucknell, who is not on the starting block yet. And we don't see them here.
Oh, that's right.
So that would be interesting, because if they are late, they get charged a false start, and they can start the race without them.
They can.
Maybe something's happened. If they've told if something happened in their boat and they told the referees, then they will hold the race for them. But if they just don't show somehow, then there's something different. But if they broke a piece of equipment, they have the right to
knowing
fix
this program, I'm sure they've communicated something, but we're going to be left to speculate, which we're not going to do too much of until
the coxswain that boat rode for us at
at
Road
our
New
junior
York
program,
at our junior program that we worked at together.
He's been in the helm of the 1V, I think, since his sophomore year.
And he was in charge of some important boats in high school as well. So he knows what he's doing, and he's a smart kid.
Lane 1 is making their way off the course.
Yeah, so it looks like the crews are being ordered off the course here, so probably something happening technically in the boat for that. So they're being ordered off, and whatever's been happening in the Bucknell boat will be addressed and fixed.
Yep, best of luck with what's happening there. I think we're going to move to the third semifinal instead.
Yeah, but they, the starting time on that is supposed to be 3:14, so it's 9 minutes from now. Perhaps we'll have another word from Vespoli.
Maybe.
This is the type of thing where, as a coach, you just at Michigan we called it for years pulling taffy. You just have to be able to get there. There's a period when I know this is old school skill, but taffy is something that you used to pull by hand, and you have to pull the sugar syrup until it gets to the right glossiness, the right consistency, so it doesn't crack your teeth open when you try and eat it, right? So the whole point about pulling taffy is you pull until it's time to go. You pull until it's ready, and you just don't know because all of the different things that can affect that, the temperature of the room, did you actually hit the temperatures right? Anyway, it was something that I had heard from my grandmother had told me at times, Charlie, you need to pull some taffy right now, which basically
control the factors that are in your control.
The younger people would say chill. So this is a skill, an emotional skill that
to stay locked in but not stay tense, to not worry about this and speculate, but not.
You gotta go when you go. So they were ready. They're ready to go, and now they have to reset on a dime.
This happened a lot last year because there was debris and there was misadventure. There were enough debris. I think the first day, a couple skegs were lost to logs and other things sitting under the water. Didn't help. There was some fog early in the day, so in some heats and some time trials, it really affected the starting time. And then the next morning, the coaches, since this is a coach-run regatta, got there at like 5 in the morning. They hopped in the launches with the officials, cleared out all the debris they could so that we could start on time and not have anything happen. I think one varsity, I think it was actually a 3v8 event, was decided by the Delaware Cruise coxswain. They hit a log, and they did their absolute best to stay in their lane to retain the course. But by
hand in the water.
that, they did not allow themselves to kind of petition in favor of misadventure, whereas another crew.
Well, misadventure, if it's misadventure,
like
there's nothing they can do.
Oh, fair.
Right.
But they rode the finish of the race, even though they were hit by a log and affected. And I think losing not a winning spot, but a qualifying one, whereas another crew hit something and were like, whoa, stop, we don't know what to do. And
so
I think they were
what we're pretty sure that we're seeing here, we'll try and match it up with some blades. And yes, this is right, is that the 3:14 race, the third semifinal, is coming into the course. That would be Orange Coast there. That is parallel to the dock. And Rutgers spinning back. Is that correct? Rutgers will be. Oh, that's Rutgers with the red. So they're bringing them in order, which makes sense for the space. So that would be George Washington already backed on, Washington State about to back on, Orange Coast. No, it's the other way. That is lane 6. Sorry. So the other way. It is Michigan State out there on the right, already backed on. Minnesota backing in, and that makes sense. There's the yellow flash on their oar. Rutgers coming in with the red, all there. Orange Coast with the white, just spinning up onto the course right now. Washington State still parallel to the dock, the starting dock, and now starting to spin, and they will back in, and then we will look for George Washington to come in. This is the process that they go in because they're coming in from that left side where there is some more water to warm up. They all load in from one side. Some courses, with the water for warm up is behind the course, they might come in from both sides. When there's a dock, sometimes you have stake boats, so there's a room to go in between your lanes, and you come from completely behind. You see the SEC logo there because this is the home race of the University of Tennessee, home course, of the University of Tennessee women, who compete within the SEC in rowing and have had quite spectacular spring, winning the SEC championship over Texas. Who
First
is now
time, right?
SEC. Well, it's the first.
In the modern era.
It's just the first time they've raced as a. I don't know. Last year, did they race as an SEC with Texas there, or was Texas still
right,
in the Big 12?
all the reorganization.
Right. So there was this reorganization. It used to be the Big 12 had both Tennessee and Texas there, but as an SEC, which Texas now joined, it's there. So here are these semifinal three. They're all locked on. If you're new to the sport as a parent, a grandparent, a friend, you're getting to see. Again, this sort of process. You can see up in lane 4 the boat, the oar that's come out from 2 and is getting passed back now, but it went all the way up next to the hull of the boat and pinched it around, which is sort of interesting because right now they're over pointed for some reason.
A little bit.
The
right.
Orange Coast crew, coxswain, wanted a little bit of that. It's not a bad thing because if there is this crosswind that we're seeing and the coxswains would feel it up there, then they're just getting slowly pushed over. But it doesn't look like the boats are moving very much. So that's just sort of what they've been taught to do. And there they go again. That's called pinching. Literally, one guy is. I don't think he passed it up to the 3-man. Sometimes he could pass that to the 3-man to get it that close. I think he's just reaching out long to pull it around. And now you see everybody pointed. Most of the boats are sitting up at the catch. Orange Coast, not quite. They're still doing some adjustment. The starter, there's an aligner off to the side on that little white tent out there on the end of that long crew, and you'll notice that it's lined up right with the bow balls. The aligner's job is to make sure that everything is exactly in place, and here that involves headset to make sure that they're there. As soon as they say they're aligned, the starter can start them, but it's up to the coxswains to be pointed, and here's the referee
Great look off the start
coming
here.
in right behind.
So from the left to the right side of your screen, it's as written in our thing. Lane 1, George Washington. 2, Washington State. 3, Orange Coast College. 4, Rutgers. 5, Minnesota, who had the hot start, but now OCC is back up. Michigan State in lane 6, and all crews overlapping, not for long. OCC is trying to assert themselves as early as possible.
And Cameron, the Orange Coast coach, told us when we were talking to him earlier, he thinks he has a really good crew this year. As we've said before, if you've been listening to us, Orange Coast is a junior college, so it's freshmen and sophomores in that program, and usually the varsity 8 that they put out is 8 sophomores. A lot of those guys will go on to race other places, but these are some of the better kids maybe out of Southern California and some other places now who just need a couple of years at a junior college level either to still stay at home or to get their education on the right track to go to colleges where they want. But that's an explosive start. I mean, here we are a minute and 15 seconds into this, maybe still 400 meters, and Orange Coast has a full length already.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to assume they don't know Purdue's time yet. I think they're going to try and close it as close to that 6-minute, 6:05 mark as they can. To like yesterday, they were also 6:10 in line with Purdue's heat. I think they want to show that they are not second banana. They are here to compete to win ACRAs, and this is Minnesota is taking the early second place spot. It is 2 to progress to the grand final, 2 to progress to the petite final, the remaining 2 crews to the C final. So it is oh my gosh,
but
it is such a close
not
margin.
unusual necessarily for those crews that aren't in the middle 2 lanes to throw something.
Yeah.
First of all, they may actually be faster than the other crew, and just the way that things have sorted out. If they've had raced Purdue, and if they raced, in their depending on who they had in their heat, they may not have sort of shown the full speed that they have. Minnesota. Coached by a very good long-time Eastern Sprint coach, Scott Armstrong, who is at Dartmouth for quite some time, did really well there, and now is in Minnesota, has been taking over and building their program. Very clearly, Minnesota has turned out a number of Olympians on the men's side from the club program. has the ability to have some really good crews. But what you don't know, to circle back into what I was trying to say earlier before we sing the very worthy praises of Scott Armstrong, is that if you're not sure, I mean, you're going to throw it.
Oh,
if
yeah.
you're going to make the final, if you're a borderline 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th finish, you have to actually race hard today.
Yeah, you got to pull out all
this
the
is the hard pit where you've got to make sure that you're getting through right now, and that Minnesota crew is looking pretty solid and nice and amazing. Orange Coast, having asserted their dominance, looks to me to be going hard, but not really killing itself to get out in front. They're just letting their natural hull speed going, and slowly by bit taking a little bit there. But there is Minnesota just moving at this point right now.
Moving
out over Rutgers.
Washington State is answering in that second lane.
In the second lane, Washington State is up there. Rutgers now actually also in the middle, starting, and that's who you would expect to see there,
in this.
Right? But there's a great race going there, and they saw each other, I think, at the GW Invite.
Yeah.
I don't remember who won that, but I think it was Rutgers who beat them, and that may be a complete AI fantasy that I just made up in my head.
Faster than you expect. They're way past the 1250. They're charging into the 1500 meter mark. Rutgers
and Washington State is up in there as well.
That we expect out of them, but Minnesota's holding on to that league. I think responding, like you said earlier, trying to get out of that middle of the pack, throw something so that they can just establish themselves. And now if they are, I think this Cox is doing her absolute best to keep this crew up in the
Minnesota, though, there's the 500 meter to go mark back where you can see on the far shore.
Minnesota
holding this lead. Rutgers tried to put a push, and it didn't necessarily
And now they're getting
work.
pushed by Michigan State.
But Washington State is coming out.
And they're going to put a move
on the other side.
Minnesota
they're trying
right
to put a move right now.
Our line
and
of
they're
sight.
going to come through where we can absolutely see where they are. Orange Coast, open water ahead. Minnesota
just barely over Washington State.
2 seats over Washington State. It looks like Rutgers threw what they had to try and get back up, and it didn't work. Maybe Michigan State will kick them off. Michigan State had a very, very good novice crew last year. And now
Washington State's overtaking Minnesota. Every other stroke, I see them passing through that line of buoys just barely before, but in between those puddles, Minnesota's surging back in. That's going to come down to a photo finish unless somebody does something about it.
Who has the sprint there.
This decides grand final versus petite final for these two crews.
And they're moving back up into Orange Coast there. It does look to me like we are going to get Washington State. Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
We pull this
Gophers
and Minnesota Golden Gophers there. You can see the finish line up there on the top. And it does look like Minnesota is pushing. Again, this all depends for us on the angle.
But Washington State's making the last few strokes count.
Oh, my. So there's Orange Coast. It's going to be, I think it's Washington State over Minnesota.
Rutgers holds on for the petite
comes
final.
on to fourth for the petite final. But that is definitely going to be a photo finish.
That's why they're not posting the times.
They are taking their time
to
check on
Got past the
what
radar.
that was. Absolutely. And we had okay, breathe, guys. So we'll see. We had a 6:05 from Purdue.
There they go.
In the first. Does this look like it's? Yep, it looks like this is the second of the men's semifinals that will be coming up and is lining up on their. This is the third final that just finished, semifinal number 3, and we still don't have results up from the other. I'm sure that they're double checking that finish
and I see Bucknell there.
Between Washington State and Minnesota. It looks like whatever was wrong with the Bucknell boat has been fixed. You have the right to go to the referees if you've snapped an oar or if you've had an oar lock or lost a backstay. And they have equipment up there to be able to fix things. if they need to. And luckily, it looks like they're coming in just right into the next spot, rather than having to have the crews go back and wait and sit on the water for a while.
No time yet in that last race?
Nothing yet.
Wow.
No results. You know that they're checking this very closely, and it was going to be very, very tight between second and third. Again, as a friend told me, I'm using the word inflection point a lot as I talk. You get into these patterns, but that is the inflection part. And here is the start. And this will be semifinal number 2, we believe. Trying to look at some blades. Those are men's boats in the speed that we're seeing off the start. So that would be from left to right. Georgia Tech, Notre Dame, Bucknell, UCLA, Delaware, and North Carolina going off on those races. And it looks very much here like Bucknell is getting out in front, but with Notre Dame right next to them. None of that would surprise me. Notre Dame known for some very, very fast starts and have had some good starts all year. Bucknell also very assertive. Again, you have this crew in lane 5 throwing a really hard race to try and make sure that they can get up on one of the center crews. In this case, they're going after UCLA. And we have a center crew in lane 4, Bucknell, absolutely trying to get out there in the first little bit and establish where they are. We're not 9 minutes and 26 seconds into the race. The clock down on the bottom you can ignore. But some really nice racing here, and now it looks like UCLA getting their oars back in, really sort of pushing here on Notre Dame to see what can happen. Again, this is the point where those two crews are gonna make their still have Notre Dame up there.
This is UCLA in the second place spot right now.
Notre Dame, I think, is in second.
Notre Dame
just over
a little
UCLA.
bit over UCLA.
And still have connection from UCLA back to Delaware.
And then Georgia Tech is hanging on. I'm sorry, UNC's hanging on Delaware.
On the outside.
Georgia Tech's hanging on Notre Dame. I think it's just about the bow ball to the stern deck, but great work right now out of that GT crew.
Yeah. So again, this great crew all year. They've had a really good set of races here out of Bucknell. I'm sure that the Bucknell parents and families, and maybe even Dan, their coach, if he wasn't up at the start, was sitting there wondering, okay, where are they? What happened? Your first thought in some ways is somebody hurt.
Right.
And you don't want that to be the case. Hopefully it's just the boat is hurt. The boat is fixable. The athletes take longer time. Slowly here over time, we are actually having UCLA moving back up a little bit into the race over Notre Dame, maybe a seat or two. And Notre Dame, though, still hanging in there. UCLA a beat higher, I think, than Notre Dame. So Notre Dame has some time to maybe try and answer that and see what's going to happen and try and get themselves back in there. But then you have Delaware on the other side, still pushing up, still with overlap as they probably come in. I think they're almost to about the 1,000 now is my guess. We don't really.
Are we watching the men's race? This is because the blades aren't matching up. There's a lot of yellow blades out there. This is the women's first final.
Oh, sorry. Here we are. Apologies there. So we don't know what's going on there.
This is Middlebury women at the charge, at the head of the everything we just said about Bucknell there. It's actually about the Middlebury women.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
We just couldn't see the moo cow.
Yeah, they are lengths up on the rest of the field. It is UC Santa Barbara close in the second place spot, tightly contested by Northwestern. URI Long Beach State hanging out on the edge. UC Irvine looking to take that fourth spot. But this is top 3.
This is top 3.
The grand final.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that second and third place spot isn't so intensely contested that they need to outdo one another. They just need to stay ahead of the field. So Minnesota squeaks in that men's varsity 8 semifinal number 3. 2 seconds behind Orange Coast.
and then Washington State at 6:15
Washington
flat. So
State at 6:15.
Need to point out that is 1/10 of a second.
And that is
6:14.9, 6:15 flat.
Is that
1/10.
Scott Armstrong's first A final appearance with this Minnesota crew since he took over the helm? Was
I don't think so. I'm not
24
sure.
he was B final.
Yeah, I mean, but
23,
they've
I
been.
think he was B
You've
final.
always had to worry about Minnesota anyway.
Worry about them, but I
Yeah.
think this is them getting over a bit of a
It
hump.
could be. We'll check with him and we'll look at that. So here we have UCSB slightly behind Northwestern.
Yeah, Northwestern in the second spot right here.
Yep. With Middlebury showing that they are going to definitely be a force with some of those other varsity crews, particularly with Vanderbilt. That's going to be an awesome race.
Yeah,
to
this
see.
this Middlebury crew is just float and sting right now. The shell is gliding through the water. They are so powerful, but none of that power is being applied in a way to move the boat around any less effectively than possible. They're rigged up for success right now. And
again,
on the
Middlebury
charge.
Athletics, if you're looking at this, I don't know if these women would like to be a varsity program, but these women have the speed to match up and play with Ithaca.
I'm excited to see what time this
yeah.
crew finishes with. I think it's setting a standard in the women's varsity 8 semifinal number 1 that is going to surprise a lot of casual viewers.
Because I'm going to say the UCSB boat here and the Northwestern boat, they are not slow crews.
No, they're moving hard.
They're moving nicely. They're rowing really well.
UC Santa Barbara's in a really good spot right now, too.
There is just a domination happening out there. Here's Collins Northwestern crew. These guys have been fighting for a long time to try and beat Vanderbilt. I think that's not in the cards this year, but that's why we race. UCSB now taking 4 seats, and those are going to be the 3 crews that go through into the varsity. Absolutely that Middlebury crew that we can't see right now, which is fine. They're just way out there and really doing some gorgeous rowing. Just wonder at what time he started to know what kind of speed he had to play with here. So Middlebury coming across the finish line.
Through the line, what is that opening time?
We'll get a time soon. Santa Barbara is going to be second. Northwestern is going to be third. Those 3 crews on to the A final. This is not the men's varsity 8 semifinal 2. Apologies for that earlier lack of understanding, gaffe of seeing what there is. But, these women coming off the line were coming off charging hard. And one of the things I said was that's some really good speed coming off.
Yeah, the comments don't change. The margins, the way they approached that start was remarkable. The speed coming off it in the first minute and 20 was
exceptional.
Exceptional. I'm speechless.
No, some really good rowing there, and also so you have UC Santa Barbara, Northwestern, who've been coming and doing this for a while. URI showing back up. There is actually a varsity women's program there as well. But Middlebury, this sort of new thing. A couple of years ago, it was Bowdoin who sort of showed up suddenly. And I think some of these New England programs that are club schools are recognizing that there is life after the New England Championships.
Big time.
And that it's actually refocusing how they're going to run their programs. So a few more of those out there.
Yeah, and a lot
like
like Vales, where that used to be the peak point of everyone's season, and now it's one of your championships for the small boats programs, but it's not the sole one. This is where you're going to get the best
So
racing.
We will hold off on saying who this is until we absolutely can maybe
we know
see something,
for
or maybe
sure.
we can hear from our controllers about who there is. Should it be semifinal 2 of the Movements Varsity 8? And that's now what we're seeing on the screen here. That would be FIT out in the left, then Army, West Point next to them. Purdue in lane 4, Vanderbilt in lane 3, Bowdoin, who we're talking about, in lane 2, and Michigan State. Now, Vanderbilt has been a pretty dominant program here, but here we have Purdue sort of out in front of them
to them,
and taking it to them. And so that's interesting. Purdue, as we were saying, used to be really a dominant program on the women's side. UC Santa Barbara having been a dominant program on the women's side, and both those crews here showing that they're back, really sort of in some front leadership stuff. I was sort of expecting Vanderbilt to just get out there and dominate, seeing how they rode in their heat. But you just never know until that's why we race. Otherwise,
so if anyone is a little bit confused, we'll just catch you up here. So the men's varsity 8 semifinal number 2 was supposed to go off, but we believe there was an issue with one of the crews, so they were called off of the starting block so that all crews would be ready, since they notified the referees. After that, they've been running races in timely order. The men's semifinal number 3, which was so close we couldn't get the times up right away. It ended up with Orange Coast taking first place to progress. Minnesota just barely edging out Washington State for the grand final placement in 10th of a second. And I believe since Scott Armstrong started up around post-2020, that's their first A final appearance here. So congratulations
to them. But someone from Minnesota could let us know that. We don't want to misrepresent that. They have moved the varsity 8 semifinal 2 has been moved into a slot at 5:10.
And then Washington State went to...
they are giving enough time here at 5:10. That seems to be a fairly major structural issue, is my guess, for them to have been slotted back in there. We should, therefore, also see those crews. Either they've gotten them out up there at the start and are letting them be off the water, or they'll be probably coming back down here. It's enough time that they would come back down here.
I think they're gonna be on the water and then launch again at only 3:30 right now. In that men's varsity 8 semifinal 3. Wash State and Rutgers progressed to the petite final. Michigan State, George Washington to the C final. On the women's side, we just watched semifinal number 1, in which top 3 go to the grand final. We don't have times up yet, but Middlebury by a huge margin, followed by Northwestern, UC Santa Barbara.
Well, we have times that are phantom times right now up
for the
there.
Women's event?
It's 1927, 1927, 1927, 1927, 57. They will figure that out. But if we take the
ranking order is correct on
the
here
ranking
now.
order is correct, and if we look at the seconds, we would probably say that Middlebury beat Santa Barbara by 11, and then another thing back that is getting fixed right now.
Yeah.
As we mentioned.
So right now we do have semifinal number 2 of the women's varsity 8 on the course. Top 3.
This is Vanderbilt here.
Grand final. Vanderbilt, the reigning national champions, right here. I think second place to Purdue, if we have that correct when we zoom back out. Bowdoin in the 3rd place spot right now, but still a lot of race left to row as crews are after the 12:50 mark, yet to come in on the last quarter of their race.
Absolutely, and this is Purdue here in lane. Oh no, that's not Purdue. Who is that? That would be Bowdoin with the black and white, I'm assuming. Hard to tell which lane they're in, but I believe that's their oar. We now have the proper results. Middlebury 7:05, UC Santa Barbara 7:16, Northwestern 7:19, UC Irvine 7:24, Rhode Island 7:31, Long Beach State 7:40. So here we have Purdue out in front of Vanderbilt, bow to stern, and that would be...
That is Bowdoin in the 3rd. Nope, that is West Point in the 3rd place spot.
It is West Point. Army.
Then FIT chasing them down a little bit ahead of Michigan State, all the way over on the other side of the course. Bowdoin trailing right now.
There you go. So maybe a little bit, again, of a shocker, but really, really nice rowing out of that Purdue crew. Very tall, very nice length. In particular, the 6 and 7 rowers just stand out there as being really tall, athletic, and strong, and moving it very nicely. Vanderbilt with a bucket there, 6 and 7, and another bucket in 5 and 4, I believe, if we're correct. Double bucket there, moving along. Just sort of at this point, John Lee just finishing out, and hopefully Army sitting there saying, yep, we actually could do it. Look at this. We can do it. And we got it. And
Michigan
that's
State
easy...
slightly up on FIT right now.
Yeah.
Bowdoin, a little bit of overlap with those two crews, but not enough to be...
No,
but it's 3 and 3.
3 and 3, and it's very clear separation of where that's going to be. Really very nice, impressive rowing there from Purdue.
Yeah,
You
it's
know, I
been a
think
while since Vanderbilt's been this far down on another club program,
there you
right?
go. So when when you bring in your one of your Olympians to get an award, maybe it has
Charges up the team.
it shares a little bit of fast pixie dust out there, and just really the gorgeous rowing happening there from the Purdue women.
7:01 on the
7:01,
time.
which is faster than Middlebury went actually. Vanderbilt at 7:09. And then we're going to have West Point come in at third at 7:17. Santa Barbara went 7:16. Northwestern went 7:19, and the other. So that's going to be a heck of a race there in the varsity women's final.
Things are shaping up to be
absolutely
quite the contest. Women's varsity 8 finishes out racing on Sunday tomorrow. Is that right?
That's
great.
that is the last event. Romberger, the stroke of FIT, I believe she was in there 4.
I think so. Yeah, I think they brought everyone up to the 4.
Yeah,
this year.
so transferring up to try and move up into this level of stuff, getting into the petite final.
That's great. First
really
year
great,
doing an 8.
absolutely. And they're sort of at a 7:29. Irvine one was 7:24 in the other heat. 3 crews between 7:30, 7:31, 7:33. Michigan State, Rhode Island, and Bowdoin, and then Long Beach State at 7:40. So these are going to be some pretty good races here. Again, just if you came here to look for the men's varsity semifinal in the varsity 8, that was supposed to be UNC, Delaware, UCLA, Bucknell, Notre Dame, and Georgia Tech. They have been moved to 5:10 in the afternoon, so that is an hour and a half from now, and that implies that we can see those crews now just coming down the course. 1, 2, 3, 4, actually all 6 of them. So they've been sent back in. Probably means that the repair is fairly extensive, or something needs to happen. Hopefully it's not an injury and they've had to pull someone out of the boat.
Hopefully
and they're going to
not,
have to put someone in. That's another possibility. We'll sort of read that when they come through. But they are just coming down slowly down the course, as you can see, and they'll go straight into the lagoon here. There's UCLA.
That's nice that they get time to land.
Absolutely. Time to land, time to talk to their coaches again, go to the bathroom.
Get out of the sun for a while. It's not super hot yet, but it can just take a toll on you and really get in the way of performance. I remember one of the years.
Hi, Mom, from 6th seat.
You can see the drone.
In the UCLA boat. Smile, you're on candid camera, guys.
Oh,
they all go, all waving. I don't think they can hear us. I don't know.
No.
Maybe their coxswain has the live stream going on their phone.
I
They're not
do
supposed
not think
to.
that is a HereNow priority to put our voice on the drone over the rowers.
No. I was saying maybe the coxswain in the boat has it. We can
funny.
see the crew that we're looking for, though, ideally is Bucknell, who was the one that didn't show up on there. We have a start now in the
quad,
next
the petite
event,
final.
the petite final of the
men's
varsity quad. I had scrolled down to look for the time, and this is from left to right: Chattanooga, Grand Valley, Bowdoin, Vanderbilt, and Virginia. We'll keep an eye out in real life as the crews go back. There's Notre Dame in the varsity 8. This quad's out pretty evenly here.
Yeah.
A little bit of steering issue maybe.
Vanderbilt, Virginia, Bowdoin kind of holding up a section of top 3.
Yeah.
Grand Valley and Chattanooga just barely half a length down on those crews, but
not even,
everybody's
right?
locked in.
Yeah.
It looks like Chattanooga's holding on to the high strokes a little bit longer than everyone else, just to pull up even before hitting their stride. I haven't. This is the only crew out of the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. So I've only seen them race one other time this weekend. I like what I'm seeing so far. The lane 4 Bowdoin crew is doing a good job of holding themselves
trying to wave back to the UCLA crew as they come in, but they're not. They're not looking at us.
A little bit of steering issues here from trying to manage the power that's coming down the course, and I think they have it under control. So now it is the Bowdoin and the Yeah, Bowdoin and Virginia crews asserting themselves up towards the top 2 spots of this petite final. But yeah, so right now a little bit further down the course, the men's varsity 8 that were supposed to race the second semifinal of the day are coming in before their race was moved to the 5:10 slot. I remember back when this event was at Lake Lanier in Georgia, this time of year, there's a lot of storms and a lot of thunderstorms that got in the way of racing. And if you have thunder on the water, you got to bring everyone in. You got to wait at least 45 minutes. And I remember some repêchages being decided that didn't go off till maybe 6:45. Sun was setting almost, and some of those crews had been there to race a heat in the morning. So hopefully these guys have time to refuel. Looks like all athletes are in that Bucknell crew. Hopefully it's just an equipment issue.
But they've been rowing by 6 as opposed to rowing all 8 when everyone else. So
again, hoping they're
hoping
all good.
They're okay.
The quad is coming down the course pretty fast. It is still that Bowdoin crew leading the way, holding off the charge from the Wahoo Virginia crew. They are still having a little bit of issue of steering, but so are all the other quads surrounding them, so it's not so much that it would get in the way of their lead right now. Good flow right now as these quads come through. A little bit past the 1K mark, 3.5 minutes into the race. Really strong base pace here. The Bowdoin crew out of Maine still holding the lead now. Virginia holding on to that second place spot in the B final, but I think they're going to have to absorb quite the big push from Chattanooga, from Vanderbilt, and from Grand Valley.
So we were able to talk to Tyler Leong, the coxswain of the Bucknell crew, as they were coming back down. Everyone's fine in the boat. John in bow is such a stud that he snapped a carbon fiber rigger.
With his bare hands.
With his bare hands. And so they've been given the time to come back in and replace it. Hopefully they have a spare for that. It's a very fancy set of riggers. The further you get up in this racing, the more that happens. So everyone's good, and they will all be ready to go back again at, I think, 5:10, which is the start. So this quad race looking pretty good, I think. And a little bit of, again, I think we have in the sculling here some more experienced, some less experienced crews. A quad is sometimes a good place to sort of stick a rower who's new to sculling. And they, even though it's a varsity quad, it could very well have some novices or new rowers in the event. There is not yet the competitive level in the quad that we very definitely have in the in the single and the double as we've seen it. So still maybe in the varsity in the next quad race we'll see a little bit more
closeness in the crews. Right now Bowdoin is walking away from it. They're coming to our line of sight as they hit
that's
the
very nice,
mark.
well-ordered sculling there.
It's great, yeah.
Absolutely, the blades going in and pushing out. There are a lot of different things happening in a quad with 4 people, with the 2 sides and the 2 hands and the no coxswain. Someone having talked Bowdoin out in front sort of really very nicely. And then the other crews, I think, racing hard, but this doesn't look here like really full-out quad. They're almost as fast as the 8s when they're truly up to speed. But a great race here going nonetheless. And again, I think it's going to be about which crews are able to really hold the rowing together nicely. Vanderbilt out in front, is that in second? Am I reading that correctly?
That is
Grand Valley on this side. Vanderbilt in second there. And then the orange would be.
Well, that's Virginia. Virginia in second on the far side of this, over in lane 2.
Oh, Virginia. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see Virginia. I was getting
Chattanooga pushing up to try and find
Absolutely.
third place here,
there.
taking
There
it
you
away
go.
from Grand Valley.
So Bowdoin really sort of the class of this B final, which means they probably just missed out making the grand final as these fours come down almost to the finish here. Again, Bowdoin just very nice swinging out, putting the blade in, pressing, maybe a little bit of a sprint here. You can see the finish line lines up with that white set of boards there on the far side. The little post in the middle is the actual line, which is sighted from the finish tower across.
Nicely done. 7:23 for that opening time.
And our camera is on the finish line. The finish line camera is actually on the finish. You could hear, we could hear dot very close. Grand Valley just beating out Virginia then, 7:35, and probably a 7:36. As we're going up to Chattanooga there, sorry. As we go up to catch the grand final, this is our first grand final of the afternoon, is that
I
correct?
believe it is. So medals are on the line.
Some medals on the line here in the men's quad. From left to right, we have Clarkson in lane 6, Michigan State in lane 5, Purdue in lane 4, Bucknell in lane 3, George Mason in lane 2, and Georgia in
Ooh, but
lane
someone
1.
has stopped.
There has been a stop.
I think
we'll
before the breakage buoys.
We'll see
so
if
I
they
think they're
call
gonna
them back.
stop
No,
this
the
race.
referee is continuing to go. I think they are just, this is misadventure. Something
And I
has
think
happened.
that's another Bucknell crew, unfortunately.
Oh, wow.
That is too
Bucknell
bad.
needs to make some offerings to these gods here of the river for sure to make sure if that's going on. So what it looks like there now is that the referee is going up to Bucknell to see what happens. And the rest of the race is continuing. So the referees.
That puts Purdue near the top spot of this event, which is going to play heavily into the team points.
It's helpful for team points for sure.
Bucknell cannot finish in a
If
medaling
Bucknell
position.
can't finish, then there are no points. If they get down and get across the line, then they would get the points for sixth
That's
place.
good. So we have Purdue leading the field right now with Michigan State and Clarkson next to them, but I think Michigan State maybe not even in second place. I think UGA, Georgia, is holding on to second and making a push into Purdue's
on the far side over there.
Purdue's lead.
Yeah, it's hard enough. It's hard to tell from the difference between lane 5 here and lane 6. It does look like Purdue quad and the Michigan State quad are sort of ping-ponging off each other a little bit, not literally, but sort of they had a little moment of coming to say hello. I would not count out Clarkson here.
No, great sculling out of that
nicely.
school.
And again, as we've said before, the light white hull pops up out of the image. So you have to try and read the oars because the black hull in lane 5 there recedes there. But I actually think we have Clarkson up on them a little bit and really pushing nicely into Purdue. That would be great to come from the outside lane and do that. And yes, also Georgia pushing nicely on the far side. They're coming about into the 1,000-meter mark there, a little bit over 3 minutes. That's about right.
But I think Georgia is holding on to that lead right now.
And I'm agreeing with you. I think Georgia, if they're not in front of Purdue, they're very close. And Purdue putting, again, a push, but every time they seem to push, they're pushing over to their starboard side. So something's happening technically when they try and go to full speed that they have to straighten out. The Georgia crew, if you look at the stream that their boat was in, is absolutely straight. So yes, as they're coming in here, I believe that's just past the 1,000 right now. You have Georgia, I think, in front.
Yeah, so Georgia is their top 4 guys. They broke up their 8 that was B or C final level at Sierras and are focused on this. The at Sierras, this Purdue crew won a straight final by about 30 seconds over Virginia.
And that would align with what we saw of Virginia in the previous B final. So yeah, very clearly here, Georgia moving up quite nicely here. A little bit of sky. You can see the blades hanging up there in the water a little bit. But this would be them. And when we see them from here, the hang is not nearly as pronounced. Blades going in pretty well together. A little bit of tightening could happen over time.
But
if they've just come
they've
just come into this quad,
yeah.
it means you have a program that it is coaching people to scull, because you don't get this level of sculling.
Yeah, which is great to see out of Athens.
The last moment.
There's Michigan State crew. I don't know if it's the same athletes as last year, but they're the only team back that medaled in last year's quad event. Florida and UMass both electing to go up to the 8. Middlebury as well, also electing to go up to the 8.
Yep. So there's Purdue, but Georgia now has put just this enormous move in the last 300 meters. I mean, we weren't sure if they were going to be up or not, and they said, okay, it's time to go. With 500 meters to go, they have 4 lengths of open water.
Yeah.
So that is quite a shift there to be pretty dominant in this race. Purdue still in second, but with Clarkson pushing there a little bit, seeing if they can get in, with Bucknell having stopped racing further up. That means that maybe Clarkson, who's also sitting on the outside, was saying, I don't know, are we going to medal today? Let's go see what we can do.
Let's go see what we can do.
And here they're going. Purdue putting a push on, but Clarkson moving back up into them now, just as we're talking with 300 meters, making some contact. It's hard to know as well, because hopefully their bowman is able to look over and see that the other crew is on there, and that they start going after, and they're not simply focused on Michigan State. And getting away from Michigan State.
But I think this move is going to put them confidently in the 3rd place spot, which is
confidently
definitely a good
for
tour.
a bronze medal for sure, which is great.
Which they've been doing well in the sculling events, but I don't think they brought a quad last year. So bringing a quad for the first year to make it to a medaling position is going to be really
that's a
thrilling.
great way to build your program.
I mean, Bucknell talks about being a small school. Clarkson, small school, almost on the Canadian border, upstate New York. So they came a long way to show off these sculling skills.
And very nice sort of move there from Purdue to still stay in front and in a silver medal position. But really the story of this, almost to the finish line, is Georgia, the Bulldogs. I think this is the first event they've ever won at ACRA.
If it is,
I don't think they've had a championship yet. Someone from Georgia, please let us know. That would be
looking at the bowman splash in the water, I think you're going to be right. If it is, congratulations.
Well, they've won anyway, so that's great. They are national champions in the men's quad, under 7 minutes, 6:56.9.
Fantastic work.
Purdue coming in second at 7:05, and then Clarkson from upstate New York, 7:06, almost back in there. They got back within under 2 seconds on Purdue. Michigan State at 7:10. This will be who coming across?
George Mason,
and I think we're going to have a DNF. I don't see.
Yep, there we go. DNF. That's too bad.
So if there's a DNF there for
nice,
and there we go. Hello, Mom. We won. Some dogs. Go some dogs.
Shock the world.
Absolutely. So great decision for them to be able to do that and to.
And great shell that they're owning. Is that a Vespoli?
I think that is a Vespoli. In fact, I can see the Vespoli logo there. The Vespoli makes a great quad, which is also riggable as a straight 4, and really, actually, some really good programs. Again, sort of the Columbia Lightweight, some others, they actually like to do their selection in straight 4s if they can. Take the coxswain completely out of it.
Well, it's kind of like the pair matrix that you talked about with Michigan and other programs, where it's relying on the athletes to be capable of moving their boat, and it takes another factor out of it, right?
Silver medal to Purdue. There's some smiles in that boat.
Yes.
Michigan State sitting there just out of it.
And something we're going to see all day when we get to the rest of our grand finals today and tomorrow is great level of sportsmanship, right? You come to
the end of the line,
your second place, your third place, you just missed out on the medal, and coming up short on what your team's goals were, your boat's goals were for a year, it can hurt.
Yeah.
And you're always going to see every team here, every team in the sport, pull across the line and
say congratulations. And they sit and talk to each other. It's really
bond
quite good.
over the work you just put in, the effort you just put in, and even if it wasn't your year, you're proud of showing up and you're proud of being able to race against other really fast
and
crews.
I raced in college in the Ivy League and the Eastern Sprints, and you would come across the line there, and particularly if you had beaten a certain crew from Cambridge, they would just be so like.
It isn't everywhere, right? And some junior level rowing also has the issue of bringing too much ego into it. But one event that doesn't is this premier event, the lightweight novice 4, which
it
is what
is
teams
absolutely
put
critical. All the marbles are here
on the table,
all the pride, and particularly in the B final, where we have UMass, Michigan, and Santa Barbara.
It is a state school showdown.
It is a state school showdown. I have coached at 2 of those 3 programs and watched and coached on the water of the 3rd. So who do I root for? I think I root for Michigan.
Yeah, we're holding our breath.
But sort of glad to see that. And you have Michigan out in front here, pushing here hard with UMass. Eddie, of course, rode at UMass. So if we break down into a cage fight here,
what we just talked about was the great sportsmanship.
It's great though to see this going here. And Michigan just 2 seats up? Do you think?
Just 2 seats up, but it's early in the race, and you know they're going to launch it later. I love that it's a lightweight novice 4 bucket rig. There's so much speed in this novice 4. So this is guys. Michigan has a first novice 8, second novice 8. This is somewhere around the third novice 8.
This is their 3rd novice 8 with which broke down into 2 4s.
That's great.
Open and light.
UCSB also had a pretty big level of, and actually this is everyone's kind of second or third row of novice athletes. UMass also had a novice 8 and a great race today to make it to the B final of that event. But we have Michigan walking steady along, practicing or implementing what they practice day in, day out.
And most of the guys in this boat, I believe, are walk-ons, so they're true novices.
I believe it, yeah.
And maybe one of them's rode in high school. I'm not sure. But when you look at the timing on there, one of the advantages of being in these big programs is we have what's called the small boat circus. So the heavy 4, the light 4, the Frosh heavy 4, the Frosh light 4, the pair, the single, whomever, all going out and working as a bunch of small boats for the last 3 or 4 weeks. The varsity guys teach the novices an awful lot about how to go, and that's just, I think, part of the advantage over UMass. Also rowing gorgeously, but this Michigan crew has been able to sharpen themselves against a variety of experienced varsity crews.
Yeah, and teammates.
So if one's not having a good day, there are more variables in their training to try and get that done. But very nice rowing here in UMass. A little bit of lean away in the bow. That's the sort of classic sign of a novice rower. Sort of learning to sort of trying to keep their blade out of from catching a crab.
What's important to also note, even if any of these rowers did row in high school, these programs that they're at have such a distinct style of rowing that they have to then adapt to, which can actually push away a lot of people who've experienced the sport to whatever success they do before they get to college. Like, oh, I have to learn a whole new thing. I can't just do what I've been successful at. I got to come up. So Michigan being one, Greg Hartstuff's rowing style being very, very distinct front-end basis.
Long,
UCSB
straight
also
in,
having
hanging, and really trying to get the arm extended.
Coach Bigelow's developing a style. Isabel's developing a style over there in Western Massachusetts for the Aggies out of Amherst. So this is a lot of great lightweight rowing and everyone's first time here at ACRA National Championship.
And UC Santa Barbara having developed a pretty strong style under Desmond Stahl, who's now up at UC Davis. So when I came in after Desmond left, I didn't have to do no reconceptualization of the stroke, just my own.
It was
They understood what I wanted because it was the same stuff. And then J.P. Sekulic, who was there after me, kept the same style. He and I would talk at times about what the rowing was like, and it seems like it's here as well. So we have now Michigan out in front and UC Santa Barbara having pushed through UMass here. This is for places 7, 8, and 9. Still a little bit of a race maybe from UMass and UCSB if UMass can sort of find something up there. About 1,400 meters in, coming into the final 500. You can see the 500 marker over there on the far side, and Michigan starting to come up. Really quite nice rowing going on here in this boat. Again, that sort of nice long hang. The one thing about lightweight rowing, which is pretty cool, is they're all the same basic size.
Yeah.
So it matches up very nicely. They're able to not fight each other too much technically. And the size of the athletes between the boats is the same. So big fans of lightweight rowing will point out that, everyone who's going to be in the lightweight eights at the Eastern Sprints tomorrow is the same size pretty much. Most of them have 6 guys up at 160 and then 2 weight makers down at 140, and you have a 155 average. You have to do both of those things at the Eastern Sprints. Here, you just have to be at 160.
Yeah.
There's no averaging, and that was decided just to keep things a little bit safer.
Yeah, it's already enough. If athletes aren't naturally at that weight, there's no need to promote unnecessary, weight loss habits and all that kind of stuff.
We have to lose 3 more pounds so we can average the boat
in
not just
2 days'
under.
time.
Yeah.
Let's keep it simple.
They do, though, have to weigh in a lot at
Often.
the Eastern Sprint level by rule.
Yeah,
so
not to say that
they
there's
are
anything
monitored
happening,
absolutely. But interestingly, for the folks who have sort of been supporting lightweight rowing being retained at the junior level, most of the college coaches don't recruit lightweights. They recruit light heavyweights at about 170, tall or longer,
right,
knowing that they
some
can
weight.
get down to 160 to race. They have to be at 160, really at 160, like 5 times in the spring.
Yeah, with the nutrition plan, with the
and the services they have. But here's
and here we
Michigan
go.
going across, absolutely taking the petite final. Very nice sort of open 7:38. They were able to just control the race from the very beginning.
Well done.
Very well
UCSB
done.
charging through for that second place spot.
Absolutely. There are times when this would have been maybe even 3 finals.
Right.
Back in the day, as the young people like to say. But it just sort of shows that there's still a place for lightweight rowing here. It's not a premier and central place anymore, which is fine.
This event used to have a lightweight 8 event, right?
Absolutely, and they haven't had that for years. 804 to UMass. And so what you're getting is like what you're getting at Michigan, you're probably also getting at Santa Barbara. They have 4 guys in their novice program who are naturally lightweightish.
Mm-hmm.
I know that a lot of the coaches there are just like, okay, if you can do it safely, we'll do it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we'll just row another race. And it becomes an option for a race here to go. In the grand final here, from left to right, we have Florida in 6, Minnesota in 5. Fordham in 4, Purdue in 3, Central Florida in 2, Alabama in 1. So although this race is not worth a lot of points per se, it is another sort of notch that Purdue is looking to try and place into its belt.
And the rest of the field are looking to get their first ever medal at ACRA, so they're going to fight like it's all on the line right now. Fordham just barely with the lead, maybe over over Central Florida.
Yeah,
Purdue and Minnesota, just half a boat back on that, and then the outside lanes, Florida and Alabama, holding down the 3rd level of crews here. This Fordham crew rode very well in their opening heat, both of their lightweight 4s. So Central Florida, Purdue, Minnesota are going to have to really surge to hold on to them. I think they're going to
was able to see them training. They share water with Columbia out in Leonia, New Jersey. Fort Lee, it's Leonia right there, just right across from the GW Bridge. And great training water, much better than the bay where they had been rowing. So they moved over 2 years ago. And this crew looked pretty sharp, actually, looking across from them. So Fordham out there up front, and putting a nice push here to see what they can get here. Purdue falling back a little bit
behind Minnesota and behind Central Florida in a 4th place non-medaling spot.
Exactly. So they're going to push up in that Purdue crew just because you know that they have the pride of that program and what it's doing. And they certainly are going to keep racing to finish fourth rather than fifth. We have a bunch of Fordham guys walking up here next to where we are. They're getting ready.
They are going to hoot and
hey,
holler
Fordham,
for
would
their
this
crew.
be your first ACRA championship in any event if they win? Coxon saying yes,
yeah.
I think so. So they're gonna get ready to unload a whole bunch of woo-hoo when the crew gets through here. As long as this Fordham crew can hold off a
the
nice
banks are
charge
close enough to
coming
these
here.
middle lanes that you're going to hear everybody cheering for you on the sideline.
Absolutely.
And the parents' tents stretch almost down to the 1K mark with how many parents and supporters are here. We're just past the 1,500-meter mark. The island goes a little bit further past that before the lagoon separates, so it can really be a huge lane of cheer and support at the time in the race where you need it. Fordham is starting to try and break away from these other crews. They are unrelenting.
Minnesota hanging in with them pretty carefully. Central Florida still there. But the Fordham crew putting a nice move, getting some open water here as they go forward. Let's see if we get a result out of the whole bunch of Fordham. You know, they're actually sitting there listening. And the thing is, when we speak is about 15 seconds ahead of when you get it on your phone. So pretty soon they might suddenly start yelling. And it'll give us a sense of the lag. Now they're looking at us going, oh, we heard that. So here we go. This gorgeous rowing out of Fordham. Very nice swinging out. Really sort of laying it down here to make this boat go. You can see the front circle, as I call it, really getting locked and pressing. That's that first sort of 15 degrees or so of rotation.
Right.
You can see that the bodies are going straight back and down. The legs are. It's the rigging that gives you the circle, and they're doing that really, really gorgeously. I do want to point out, though, that as much as Fordham is up there right now, they are getting a little push out there
from Central Florida,
who is also closing in. I think they have it to control. Maybe the Fordham guys will get the cheer going and get their guys coming home.
Here's a great angle of the Central Florida crew. Bucket rig, same kind of rotation, just a couple less degrees of reach out of the boat.
But a little bit more sprightly.
Yeah, and a little bit more swing into the finish. So Cox is
and there go the Fordham
down.
Guys. I don't know. I'll sort of see.
Love to see this entry. The yellow blades do such a good job of showing you just how deep they are in the water. Not a lot of fluff out of the puddles. They are trying to step as efficiently as they can before they pick up into the sprint. Minnesota, in the meantime, has started to open up their gap on Purdue. Midwest battle to establish who's going to take third place. Purdue getting challenged by this Florida crew on the outside.
Yeah, and Florida, I don't think they're going to catch them, but you never know.
It's enough of a challenge.
Absolutely. Minnesota pushing up, and that also is getting Central Florida going a little bit. But now we have Fordham stepping up and starting a sprint there. If you can see maybe 300 meters to go. That's generally a pretty safe lead, but you just don't know. Fordham at 37.
They're about to uncork it. They just hit the red
39
buoys.
Further over. They just hit the red buoys, so that's 250 to go.
Let's see what Minnesota does. I think they're getting dropped a little bit by Central Florida.
Minnesota getting dropped, but Central Florida now overlapping with Fordham. Fordham responding. Some really good sprints going up. Let's see, Fordham.
A little bit of fade here in Fordham.
At 38 and a half. 30 and maybe not getting the blades in quite as well.
Oh, don't be susceptible. Here comes Minnesota. They're trying to take over second, and then if they can. They're not going to catch Fordham with as much room as they have left on the course.
But a nice move
Florida might come
Central
up and
Florida.
Take
I still think
Fordham's
what we're
spot.
seeing here is angle from the drone. It is going to be Fordham going across in about 3 strokes. 3, 2, 1. You can hear the horn now. And Fordham goes across.
And that's
7:09. Fordham, national champions, and the guys
Minnesota
here
taking second
Minnesota
place.
comes through to second in 7:12. A great finish. Congratulations, Fordham. See you back in New York.
Minnesota taking second place by 2/10
Central Florida
of a second.
coming in 2/10 over Minnesota.
What
great,
a sprint.
great race and push. There is the father of the Fordham coach walking with his guys as well. And Fordham, absolute congratulations on a national championship coming back to
Big Bronx all day.
New
Represent.
York City and New Jersey where they train. Following that out, Purdue in fourth, Florida in fifth, almost catching Purdue, and Alabama in sixth.
Moving on, we are now about to see
the Fordham guys looking up at the
drone.
At the drone, and here we finally have Bucknell's quad coming back into the dock, looking a little.
Yeah, if anything is like their 1V, someone's probably too strong, and another rigger was not able to handle it.
Yeah. They stopped very quickly, and they were done. You only have a breakage zone of 100 meters.
Right.
So Minnesota showing off the guns there, the stroke lying down saying, I don't know how you're doing that. I just killed myself to get across the line. It's always interesting to see how different athletes in the race, in the boat, handle it. Some guys lying down right away. You know that Central Florida, I'm assuming that they know the result, but they might not actually out there because it was only 2/10. At the same time, they might have a sense just from sort of being side by side, but they weren't exactly side by side. So we'll be going back up now for a
C final
of the women's novice 8. This should be a dual race here between Chicago and UC Irvine.
It's a dual Chicago first 8 of the day for them, and they are confidently in the lead ahead of Irvine. So this is Irvine's third novice 8. They've done this a couple of years now, where they usually bring 2 or 3. Oh, this is it. This is Irvine's second novice 8. There is no second novice 8 event for the women's side yet. So it's great to see them have such depth that are here ready to race. I know they had a challenging race on Friday with that crosswind in the first 1K, making it a little bit harder to steer than I think they're used to, or what I should say is they didn't have the race that they wanted to. So I think they're having a much better piece now. Chicago also having a really good one, really composed, really good entry here in the opening just shy of 1K. After this C final, we'll progress back to a grand final and then back to a petite final, bouncing around and then catching up with the scheduler. There will be one race that has to, one of the semifinals for the varsity 8 event for the men's side, which is one of the premier events of the weekend. But right now, Chicago putting on a really great show here, just getting through their 1K mark, charging down the course, looking to put down the fastest time they have left in them. I think they're going to come off the water, proud of their race, look at the times in the B final, A final tomorrow and say, yeah, we could hang with that. Next year when we're varsity, we're going to take it to those programs too. Great to see so many Chicago athletes here out of also a relatively small school and a very demanding school on the men's and women's side, racing in the 4s, the small boats, and now the 8s. Perfect water for them as the day comes down around. Can do his last couple of hours here at the Oak Ridge Rowing Association, Mountain Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's a really good movement and good swing out of the Chicago crew as we see them in the main frame of this event, all white and bright equipment really shining off the body of water. But you can see great entry and really most importantly swing. This crew is getting their legs down together and bringing everything around the pin of the oarlock as a unit. No one trying to overpower one person than the other in the shell. Nice entry, a little bit low on the starboard side, trying to get that power in by feeling as much weight in the river as possible, maybe digging in a little bit too deep, but it's working well for them right now. It hasn't interrupted their rhythm, which stays long and strong just above 32. Nice, good pickup and pressure here as we get to see the whole crew in effect. Bow pair really throwing down the hardest watts you can see in the shell, trying to get them through to the third 500 mark as soon as possible before they pick it up. And I'm sure we'll ratchet it up into a pretty intense move into a sprint. You see Irvine still same distance that we saw them earlier, back just a couple of lengths, about 5 lengths of boats there, and holding on for a good piece, I think, a little bit better than the one they rode yesterday, and one they will look to improve upon as they become varsity athletes in the next year out of Irvine. Great work. We got a bucket in the bow 4 of this UC Irvine. Again, this is their second novice 8 since they're able to field 2 here when they come to race. Chicago's kicking it into another gear as they approach 400 meters to go in the last race of their weekend, last race of their spring season, one they're going to be really happy with after the fact. Bringing it up a little bit above 34 here, making sure they keep that technical aspect of it clean, not bring the rate up just to make the puddles bigger, just to mess up the rhythm. They want to really keep that same swing and send. It's a very nice flow state moment for a young crew to get that point where they only feel the shell moving in the rhythm that they provide it and not getting in the way. There can be a lot of time in your novice season where you feel like I'm working hard, but this shell is not helping me out. It's not moving. It feels like it's clunky, and then you hit a point where like I understand it now, and search for that for a full race. Good float and send. They're closing in the last few buoys of the 250-meter mark to close out the race. Great work by the University of Chicago. UC Irvine is approaching those red buoys now to indicate their last 250 meters of the race. Also picking it up for a little bit of a move to close out their race as fast as they can. Chicago through the line. Congratulations on your C final victory and your novice year. You see Irvine coming on the screen just a minute as they close in on the last few buoys, end out this race before we move on to another grand final event in the women's varsity coxless 4. And here they come, last charge of the weekend for the UC Irvine B novice boat. And picking up the straight four grand final for the women, the only straight four event of this weekend. They did a race for lanes yesterday so they could seed themselves well for the grand final this weekend. And are in position to try and bring their clubs, possibly the first, I think this is the first women's event, to have medaling capability. From the left side to the right side of your screen, we're going to have Michigan State, Illinois, Vanderbilt, Sewanee, the University of the South, Tulane in lane 2, and Colorado State in lane 1. Colorado State, a really big presence here this weekend at the regatta. A lot of crews in these fours and small boats events. This program started in the 80s, briefly, dissolved for a little bit, and then came back around 2005 and has been growing ever since. They've been to ACRA the last couple years, although right now they're having a little bit of steering issue and are moving into Tulane space, or maybe it's the other way around. Tulane moving away. I can hear the refs shouting to check your course, avoid overlap, avoid interference, and they are clear of each other now. Colorado State in the better position out of that, less steering to do. This year they brought 17 athletes to run in 6 different events, and given the size of the program, have a major input from the students running the program. They have to wear a lot of hats to get themselves here. So I'm sure they're happy to have this race. And they're in position to medal. They're just barely behind the second place crew, which would be it should be Sewanee in this point, following the first place crew, Vanderbilt. So hopefully they're holding on this position. We can see from the trails behind there a little bit of extra steering happening right now, so crews can stay in their lane. These are 4 sweep rowers with no coxswain behind them, so like the quads we've watched, like the doubles, the sculling boats, they are steering themselves down the course. And it's a fast-moving boat, so any little change you make can have a lot of effect. You don't want to go all in on something, otherwise you're going to steer around. I think Tulane's getting the worst of it right now. Lane 5 and 6 are also doing a little bit of excessive steering. But now that we've come through past that 1K mark, the 2 lead crews in Vanderbilt and Sewanee seem to be extending their lead by having the least amount of extra meters rowed, having the least amount of additional strokes they need to get themselves back on course. So very consistent with the high quality rowing we've seen from Vanderbilt, very consistent from the high quality rowing in the small boats I've seen from Sewanee, who I think race at Sierras, have a very southeast heavy racing schedule in the spring. Great pickup and swing from the Vanderbilt women in a Vespoli shell. Looks very indicative of the style of rowing they've come to demonstrate and be successful with for the last 4 or 5 years. Oh, and taking over from that 3rd place spot, giving Colorado State a run for their money. Michigan State has surged up. I might have missed them when I was talking about the crews a little bit earlier. Michigan State is up in that 3rd place spot, I think pretty wide open on the rest of the crews that are in medaling contention. Cheers are starting to come in. This Vanderbilt crew has had a lot of success, mostly racing as a coxed for this year at Sierras, at Macras, in which they've been in the 5th or 6th place spot. So once we move them out of those events into a straight final event here, they are excelling above the rest of the competition. Colorado State has had a lot of time to race this boat so far. They've raced at the Plains Regional in the A final. Illinois also raced at Macras. MSU was not at Macra, but they were both around B final speed, which is different from what MSU is showing right now, which is really remarkable speed. They might even be working their way back into the 2nd place spot. Well, we have in the picture here, we have some medals on the dock. We are our first medals of the afternoon. This is the Fordham Lightweight Novice 4, getting medals from the regatta officials handed to them by their coaches. Very proud coaches indeed. Sewanee still holding on to their 2nd place spot. Neither of them coming in to touch the Vanderbilt lead, but Michigan State is pushing on Sewanee. It's going to be everything they have left in them to absorb this move and push back. We'll see if Sewanee responds, but Michigan is on a charge right now, not making any mistakes to their steering, to their course, to their technique. Just pure, efficient speed. Just barely just barely behind Sewanee. The angle gives you a little bit of a different look right now. Sewanee's still crossing those buoys a little bit ahead. But if Michigan State gave us any evidence, sorry Spartans, they are able to bring it up another gear once they hit the last 250. But Sewanee absorbed it, and they're moving back up maybe a seat and a half on Michigan. Yeah, they took it. They said, wait for them to finish that move, and then we'll strike.
Fordham enjoying getting those medals there, and it looks like they were given out by Pops.
Yeah, I mean, it's an iconic bucket hat.
Iconic bucket hat. One of our other
Hall of Fame
inductees, long time coach at Rutgers, who graduated. Yeah, he graduated. He retired last year, and
the ultimate graduation.
The ultimate graduation in some ways. And the guys probably don't even know who just shook their hand, but
they'll learn.
They'll learn from
and
this.
And here we go. Vanderbilt earning their first medal of the weekend. Congratulations to the women in the straight four, the coxless four for gold medal placement at ACRA. Sewanee is going to hold off Michigan State here if the angle is correct, and they've walked back open water. Michigan State, congratulations on your silver medal here. Michigan State should be on our screen soon.
So this event also called the Straight Four.
Just finished.
And it looks like people were going relatively straight down the course.
In the second half, yes.
In the second half.
First half was a little bit squirrely. Michigan State through the line, third place. This will be.
And Illinois coming in fourth, 8:43. Tulane in fifth.
And that'll be Colorado State actually taking up the helm when they were in third place position in the first half of the race.
So again, you don't have to finish in your lane. It is advised. But you have to not interfere with anybody, for sure. You have the right to your water.
It is the quickest path to the finish line.
It is the quickest path, and it's the least disruptive path to the finish. So those are all good things. But congratulations to, there you go, the women sort of showing.
It's kind of like the ultimate glam cam like they have at the red carpets.
There you go. And here we're going to start the next race coming down here, the men's varsity lightweight 4B final. And this will be from left to right, 7 crews in this. Chico State out all the way to the left. UC Santa Barbara next to them in 6. Arizona State in 5. Michigan State in 4. Georgia in 3. Georgia Tech in 2, so in-state rivalry going there, and Bowdoin in the bow. And it looks like Georgia Tech is out in front right now. Also a good start for UC Santa Barbara over there in lane 6. Also now in lane 4, as they've come into about 500 meters in, they're 2 minutes in, definitely more than 2 meters in. A nice tight race here across this entire field here. This sort of 4 places, 7 through, normally it would be 12, but this is 7 through 13. And everyone trying to get up there. I think we're going to have a barn burner of a race. As we said before, these lightweight crews, they're all the same speed. And here now you're seeing the varsity version of what we saw with the freshman version earlier. So more experience, more training underneath them, and everyone at about the same space, the same weight, the same size of athlete. It doesn't mean that they have the same ergs at all or the same power to play with, but they're able to, it gets you some really very nice tight racing that's going on. So here we are probably 800 meters or so in, and we still have connection across all of the boats in the race, which is pretty good. So we'll see what the move can do in the second half and how it'll possibly move people in. But right now we still have Georgia Tech out there in lane 2 sort of sticking their nose out in front. Michigan State in lane 4 also being there. But then 3rd through 6th right now, all within a seat or two. And that means that there's a lot of racing still to go here. They're definitely through the 1,000 at this point, and still a very tight race here going. Overlap from 1st to 6th. All the crews are connected from 1st to 6th. The 6th place crew still is connected to the 1st place crew. The only crew that is falling off there is Bowden out in lane 1. Still, though, at this point, Georgia Tech up in front, maybe now just barely getting a break on the water on Georgia, and Georgia is probably sitting in 5th. So we come from the side. You can see that Santa Barbara and Chico State are laboring a little bit more as they've tried to get through. But Arizona State and Michigan State is now, actually Michigan State is pushing up and going along with Georgia Tech to try and get there. Arizona State hanging on with Michigan State, and Georgia also having some time in there. The Georgia coxswain sitting up to see what's happening. Again, as I've said before, I really like the coxswain lying right down in the boat, which is what we're seeing from Arizona State there. Their coxswain absolutely down in. The Michigan State coxswain sitting up a little high, but perhaps they're a tall person. And the Georgia Tech coxswain down in there pretty well, but sitting up enough to be able to see over the splash guard. These crews have all been holding the same basic base speed, hull speed here. They're not really moving out on each other. It's just little bits. So as they're coming into 600 to go, almost to the 1500, we're going to see if crews start to try and put a move in here to get to win. Right now, again, still Georgia Tech picking up and moving. Georgia Tech has rode many a 4 in their days at the ACRA. But it being lightweights, this is the top lightweight varsity entry event. Arizona State now putting a move on Michigan State. Very nice sprint going in there, starting to move through Michigan State, and that's pushing Michigan State up in to Georgia Tech, closing a little bit, trying to do that. So here go the Spartans to try and move, and actually I think there's some momentum on their side here. Picking up, they're picking up right now and getting even with Georgia Tech, and now probably moving through, and with them going along at the same time here in the other boat here is sorry, I'm looking for the right group. Oh, the men's in the B final here. Sorry, little mind meld there. Also coming up is Arizona State. Arizona State throwing on a sprint. We have Georgia Tech responding a little bit, but it does look like Michigan State has gotten through. The question is, can Arizona State now get up and get into Georgia Tech to see what happens? Those are going to be the 3 racing to go across the lane first. Georgia Tech now sprinting a little bit, I think having a seat or 2 up on Michigan State, but Michigan State really giving it a push. We'll see across the line. Oh, a little, I think it's Georgia Tech, but definitely Georgia Tech and Michigan State. They'll have to look at that fairly closely. Michigan State comes across in 734.3, and Georgia Tech 734.4, 1.5 tenths of a second. Arizona State comes in at 736. So some really good racing there. And then we'll see Chico State in 4th at 740. This was the B final, so that's places 7 through 13 because there were 7 crews in there. Georgia having pushed early. Chico State 740, Georgia 741, UC Santa Barbara 741, and Bowden off the pace a little bit at 7:49. So now we come to the medal event of this, the medal of the lightweight varsity 4 grand final. In lane 6 on the left, Michigan, Vermont in lane 5, Bucknell in lane 4, Fordham in lane 3, University of Connecticut in lane 2, Clemson in lane 1, Fordham in 3. Their freshmen just won, their novices just won the novice lightweight 4. So they're going to see maybe can they get a pair of medals here. Right now, it would look to me like Bucknell in lane 4 is up a little bit along with Fordham in 3, and Michigan out in lane 6 also up in the race next to Vermont. So a little bit more speed on the left side of the course. Those two center crews from Fordham and Bucknell taking a little move here. Michigan maybe moving up on Vermont, maybe still even, hard to tell at this point. Again, we have that light hull and the dark hull in there, and the dark hull tends to sink into the picture. But it does look like the left side there of Michigan and Vermont is up in front of Connecticut and Clemson. Meanwhile, it is Bucknell and Fordham going there. Fordham trying to bring double medals. Double gold medals in the lightweight 4s for this year, and Fordham putting a very nice move on there right now, just barely sort of eking out in front of Bucknell. And Bucknell and Michigan have raced each other a lot this year, but not in the lightweight 4. This is not an event that either program had racing until fairly recently. It does look right now like Vermont has got a seat maybe on Michigan, and the Michigan is sort of sitting in 4th. But this is about the point where Michigan really starts to move, and we'll see what happens. Georgia, that Vermont crew up pretty high, actually, it seems, relative to the other crews. I'm getting 37, 38. And Michigan sitting at about a 35 is my guess. We'll check. 36. So Michigan has a gear if they want to take it, but Vermont is the one moving right now to move into 3rd.
And we know that Michigan has another gear. They're not gonna really bring up until the last third of the race.
But they've got to go now, and they've not let Vermont get out in front of them so that they can just absorb it, right? Meanwhile, a very clear move from Fordham. This crew also rowing very nicely the other day. And Bucknell sitting in 2nd, those two in open. And it looks like Vermont pushing to try and get that same domination.
They want that,
here.
But Michigan and UConn are not letting them go without a fight.
No, and there's still some time to go. They're only 3 minutes in of what's going to be about a 7-minute race. So part of it's going to come down to the question of, did they go too hard to try and get there? Can they actually do this? Are the other crews who've been sitting back, is that because they have another gear that they're planning to go to? That certainly is the plan. But now the far side, actually, no, this is just camera angle. Vermont is still up and Michigan is still with them, although it does look to me like Clemson and Connecticut are pulling up closer a little bit. In there. Here's the Fordham crew. Nice little bucket there.
Same rotation there, novice.
On the port, same rotation that they've had very clearly. It's a team style.
Yeah.
And these guys are on a mission, and right now very successful. Be a great regatta for Fordham to come here and take 2 gold medals and bring this through. As they build a program, also though, then hopefully the heavyweight element also coming in, and they're able.
Well, I
to
mean
build
that's in their eight,
plan,
their first 2 8s. So
absolutely,
this crew is doing a great job to bring some medals home because Fordham came on the scene. I think their first ACRA, or at least their first one in a long time, and they showed up, went home without medals. Just understanding that they're already competitive in the field now. They're chipping their way into the medals category. Bucknell did something similar. They've worked a long time to work their way up into the top 5 team points. I think that happened only for the first time in
last
24
year.
or 25. Some of their crews already having the highest ever finish in program history at petite final levels in some of those lower level categories for them, since they're focused on the 8 and they're looking to really keep raising the ceiling with this year's event, hopefully finding silver medal from this lightweight varsity 4 crew. Vermont, hopefully they know about Michigan's third move, because it's about to come at them real fast. UConn also in the mix. Clemson also in the mix against UConn. We have the Huskies next to us, really giving them full support on the shore. They're mixed in with some Fordham supporters. It is a loud shore right now. Hopefully it's not coming over on the microphone. Vermont Catamounts doing a great job of holding off again. This is a year they're focused on the small boats.
But here comes Michigan moving on them.
They are.
And Michigan has some speed. So the question is, did Vermont spend too much? The Michigan boat starting to move. A lot of pride, obviously, in both programs. Michigan lightweights have won this event. They've medaled often. They know what they have to do. The time standards are clear. They are now moving bit for bit, but the Michigan sprint is going to have to go right now. There are some bucket hats in that boat, so you can't count them out as you see them starting to go. Vermont, lots of shouting for them here. Michigan continuing to move on them. That's going to be interesting to see if Michigan can get in for the medals or not, or Vermont can hold them off. Very clear that Fordham is going to take this and Bucknell is going to get silver. It looks like Vermont has found a way to staunch Michigan's move.
They got really aggressive on the drive. They were getting as like swing that you would get off a start. It is just enough to get the blade out of the water, get the stroke back up. I wouldn't be surprised if they kicked it up just below 40 or on 40 late in that race.
So we can check where Vermont is here. They're up at 39.
Yeah.
And Michigan at 38.
Yeah,
but it looks now like Vermont is going to hold them, and Michigan.
Yeah,
is
and it looks like
forth.
sometimes it's just that some don't let anyone outwork you, don't let anyone outstroke you. Here we go, Fordham taking their second gold medal in the lightweight categories of the weekend. Bucknell taking their first medal of the weekend. Vermont taking their first medal of the weekend, hoping to take some more in the small boats
tomorrow. And Michigan will come in fourth, but a nice move there on the outside.
Clemson overtaking Connecticut
to
take the fifth place spot, and University of Connecticut showing up in their A final finish in the lightweight varsity 4. Congratulations to all that crews there. A couple athletes on the dock in that picture-in-picture getting another set of medals.
That having been the women's varsity 4 grand final, Vanderbilt, Swanee, and Michigan State. Illinois in the straight 4 fourth plot. That was the straight 4, not the 4 with. They are getting their medals again from Pops. Fordham looking up, pointing to the sky as the drone catches them. Bucknell looking pretty tired, looking like they put a big on to end their season, and a very nice silver medal performance. But sometimes, when the vote gets away from you in front and the race behind for you in third, you sort of feel for a little bit like, where are we? What did we do? I mean, did we do anything? But absolutely a national medal, silver. Vermont getting third, and a great race for those guys. Sitting up there, as we know, sort of a smaller program this year from when we spoke to their sculler here, but 4 of their best guys. And then Michigan coming in fourth just out of the hardware by about 3 seconds and change. So having gone through that, we will now go to the men's second varsity 8, where there will be a C final. The 2v8 here from left to right, you'll see West Point in lane 7, Boston College in lane 6, Santa Barbara in lane 5, GW in lane 4, UNC in 3, Georgia Tech in 2, and Michigan State in 1. And they're off these 7 crews now they're through the breakage, about 50 seconds into the race. Again, the 2V, as we call it, the second varsity 8, sometimes it's called the JV for junior varsity, which is the way that they called it in the Eastern Sprint Ivy League world for a long time. So sometimes they'll call it the Jays, but that's a very Ivy League way of referring to it. Maybe Washington to refer to it. Here the 2V, C final, these 7 crews, fairly close and tight across even sort of a minute and 30 seconds into the race, which means that what we're seeing is very consistent speed on the base. Right now, it looks like GW in the middle, out in front, it's very sort of tight there right now in this race to see what's going on. So we're going to let this run through. Just watch it yourself. What would you call it if you were calling it? At your home, you call it, or as you're watching your phone, you call it for a second. So did you call what we would call, which is that basically they all have the same speed. There's just a tiny little differential here, but all 7 of these crews basically overlapped as they're coming into the 1,000 in just a little bit. Still George Washington, GW out in front there, UNC and Santa Barbara on either side of them coming up, and then a little bit further back, Boston College and Georgia Tech, and then a little bit further back, Michigan State and Army. So you're getting, this is classic Chevron right here.
Absolutely, yeah, and we're going to see this often the rest of the day.
And that's what you will get by the time you figured out the speed through the heats and the semis. So these were the crews that were left from those semis and sorted by their finish positions. So this is for places 19 through 25. But that's pretty impressive that we have. No, I'm sorry, 13
there
through.
You go.
There we go.
Because we sorted out. Oh, yeah, 'cause this event
through,
doesn't have a D final. Yeah.
Yeah, 13 through 19. 19 2Vs in this. I was going to say there are not 25 2Vs, but 19. So just a little bit, inch by inch, row by row, letting their gardens grow as they're getting just a seat here or a seat there. And George Washington here, you see a nice move.
Yeah, great pickup and walk
out.
here.
Absolutely. Nice 2V race here out of Santa Barbara. Sort of rebuilding some depth in the program, and they'll race well here as they are. Take it back, come
and then
come
UNC
back again next year, and UNC
out of
doing
Chapel
the same
Hill
thing.
in the second place spot right now. I'm really excited to see them back on the course. Their 8s have been really impressive to me the last few years, so I'm excited to see them charging up, taking on the top 2 spots of the C final. Really impressed to see Georgia Tech also in that top 4 mix on that lane 2
with Santa
side.
Barbara in a really good race there. We're finally getting a little bit of open water from the lead 2.
Yeah.
But they're racing each other, which means it's gonna retain, right?
Yeah, and Georgia Tech, forgive me if my memory is just a little short, this is not only one of the most recent times I've seen an 8 from you guys, but I'm really impressed by the rowing coming out of this. The bow 4 guys especially just giving it 100% into that swing and send that boat along.
And 2
keep
full
chipping
8s,
in.
which means at the varsity level, which means that there is a program which is building in size
Yeah.
and building in speed. And once you have that going, it's easy to do the right things.
So just
and
props
jump.
to the coaches and the student athletes there who are really building that program up into something serious in the 8s as well. So GW getting a really big attack here from UNC. Bowman looking over. Maybe a little bit too much. Maybe that's just where his head rotates when his body moves out to the port. And it is. Ooh.
And a move now,
Starboard rig.
actually.
It's
to
a
see.
move. It's still GW making it through the pair of buoys first, and they're responding. They're going extra.
Into the red buoys there.
I think they're kicking up to 38 and above as they go here. They are not going to take this great race they've just had and lose the lead last second. I don't think they want to.
42.
Oh, yeah. There they go through the
45.
line. It's GW at a foggy bottom. Then it is UNC. And then Georgia Tech in the third-place spot. Well done, UCSB.
UCSB coming in
fourth. And that will be, I believe.
But a really good, solid race.
Oh, great. BC, Michigan State, West Point, I believe, following Boston College.
But a really good, tight race through about 1,200 meters.
And we're going to see that in the 2v8C and all the lower finals of the 8s racing. There's not going to be this huge gap. There's not going to be, one crew should have been in the petite final and everyone else is way behind. They're going to be hard-fought, hard-earned victories.
Absolutely, and you have to push.
Final.
You have to push and push and push and try and get a few seats, and then some crews have an extra gear, and some have had to spend everything they have to get where they are.
And we are coming up on another medal opportunity, team points opportunity, and it's a big one, the men's second novice 8 grand final.
The 2F, as we call it,
the
second freshman.
OCC, Orange
novice
Coast
is
College,
a new term.
And Purdue in the middle 2 lanes. Big expectations out of these programs to get team points. UCLA, Virginia on their flanks, Minnesota on the outside, Michigan men on the left side of your screen. So as we rotate, now the top of your screen lined up. Extra work with the alignment to make sure this goes off without a hitch because it's essential to everyone's weekend.
And, the 2F actually some of the most fun racing.
Oh, yeah.
I was a 2F guy, I got to say. Managed to bring home a medal from the Eastern Sprints my freshman year. Well, they didn't give us medals at that point.
Is that right?
There were no medals.
Right.
Please, this is like I'm old. And here they go. But 2F racing can be a lot of fun. Again, what's happened is in the 2F is you've gotten there's some guys in every freshman class, every novice class who are real studs. And they end up in the first boat. And that sort of is the difference maker. Again, like the 2V with the 2F, this is sort of a mark of the depth of the program, and almost anyone can really sort of step up and win the 2F, depending on maybe here how many recruits they have, how much experience they have coming in, or are your recruits not as strong and they're in the 2F even though they rode in high school.
And like some full programs have, I think they also are going to have, maybe they're going to be motivated by a little chip on their shoulder by being the 2F, or maybe they are we are rounding out a huge novice class. Let's go represent for the squad. This is Orange Coast College out in the early lead, Purdue in second, tightly contested by UCLA. Minnesota fell off the pace a little bit. Virginia and Michigan still holding on. Overlap with those first 3 crews. And
that would be the same teams that we saw in the moving forward into the A final for the freshman 8, the novice 8, which will be tomorrow. Again, this really strong freshman class out of Orange Coast, moving really quite nicely. And next to Orange Coast there we have Purdue, which has had a very, very strong freshman class as well. Virginia throwing on a pretty classic fast and hard move and getting bow to stern up on Michigan. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have UCLA, who's sort of branching those 2 crews.
Yep.
So Virginia in 3rd, UCLA in 4th, Michigan in 5th. As we're coming to 2 minutes in, this is the time where you have to go. About 2 minutes in the race, you've got to decide it's the time to go and go
Purdue's
do
making
this.
that decision right now. Whatever gear they're shifting into just took a seat on Orange Coast College, and we'll see if, like they've done in a couple other races, that move continues to walk through the team out of the West Coast.
So those 2 getting up, maybe a little of open water. Virginia still sort of hanging in there. Michigan moving just a little bit on Virginia, maybe a seat, maybe in getting up even to UCLA. It's hard to tell from this angle. But Virginia in strong control of 3rd right now for a bronze medal. A nice race to see what happens between Purdue and Orange Coast. But again, what you're seeing is, Michigan taking another seat here on Virginia, maybe moving. They're still not even 3 minutes into the race. Will that be enough? Interestingly, UCLA is answering that on the far side as well.
Very well. Almost in their own little world right now.
Almost in their own little world, because
3 crews around
Purdue
them.
moving away and moving up into Orange Coast is creating some open water there. So Michigan now sort of getting in a little bit on Virginia, but will it be enough as we look across here on the buoys? Virginia there, we can't really see Michigan. Virginia putting a move here, coming through the 1,000 as they like to do, putting a seat back up on Michigan. Looks like Michigan and UCLA within maybe about a seat. It's hard to tell.
Yeah,
I think
yeah, they're
UCLA
both
is up.
Coming up the flanks of Virginia's crew and starting to creep into their lead here. Those crews are so far away, I don't think the Coxes are worried too much about making calls off of one another, but they are trying to use Virginia as that kind of jumping off point to get themselves up there. OCC is holding around a 37 here, long but clearly aggressive.
And they're moving right now on Purdue.
This is one of my favorite shots when the drone gets so close, the water gets dark, and this high definition, you can see that Empire shell. You can see all the white highlights out of the Purdue crew uni shell and blades. Stroke for stroke now, just a little bit more efficient in the OCC approach to it.
And some big guys in that boat.
Yeah.
I think 5 seat there is quite a large
3 seats up on Purdue right now, trying to take 4, and I think that makes the 4-man pass the bow ball. Purdue responds a little bit, pushing their way back in, splitting the difference between the stern 6.
The rhythm is a little bit better
in Orange Coast.
In Orange Coast,
absolutely.
And that means there's a little bit more efficiency going. But very definitely that 2F out of second novice boat out of Purdue, putting in a nice work. You can see both coxswains looking over. Virginia and Michigan now have left UCLA, and Michigan is now 5 seats into Purdue. Into Virginia. So they're going to see who's got a sprint. A lot of program history between those two.
Right.
Virginia not wanting to be denied. The Michigan novices really sort of pushing hard. Looks like Virginia is the first one to go up into a sprint with 400 meters to go. Virginia there already up at 39:40. Michigan not quite responding to that, but up at a 40. But Virginia is moving better.
On the dock in the bottom corner, we had the lightweight varsity 4 from Fordham jumping in the water to celebrate getting their medal.
There you
Great
go,
work by that
national
crew.
champions.
Drones thrown around a little bit, but OCC, Orange Coast, is surging into their finish here. This is Virginia and Michigan for the 3rd place race.
And Virginia now getting open water on Michigan. Michigan has to hold it together now to keep in front of UCLA. It's going to be tight. I think they have a few seats now, but not much more than that. Meanwhile, as we go
Orange
up to
Coast
the
is about to open water.
Orange Coast has gotten a full length on Purdue. Just a really nice move. You can see still nice rhythm in the recovery, even as they sprint. There on the far side is the finish line. Orange Coast goes through. Purdue second.
6:30 out of your second novice 8 with very little conditions.
Third, and it looks like it's going to be very, very tight here between Michigan just in front of UCLA. But Virginia managed to get back up to a full length on Michigan in the last 400 meters or so. Virginia 6:38, Michigan 6:43, UCLA 6:44. So a second and a half there between Michigan and UCLA. The guys from Orange Coast there, stroke lying back, a little bit of a love pat
Yeah, I
there.
love the rhythm and the length that stroke brought into this race. It was really indicative of the identity of this crew. Very interesting to see that them and Purdue, when they were going stroke for stroke, OCC had the port stroke boat, and Purdue had the starboard stroke boat. So 2 different approaches to it. But the Orange Coast crew from the west side, best side, let's ride, ending up on top.
And most of these teams coming back tomorrow in the grand final of the freshman 8 of the novice 8 itself. So
We're
it'll
gonna
be interesting
see
to see how that plays out
these
again.
these 5 crews in
I think it's
the
going to be a
grand final
bar
of a lot of
burner. It's
races.
going to be a barn burner between Orange Coast and Purdue. I think would think there, but you can't count Virginia out.
No, yeah.
Because it just takes a little bit of
Or
Frank
otherwise Frank Biller will find you.
magic, and his crew, his staff, also doing that to sort of get things really aligned there. And when you have some good guys, it comes down to really who's got a stud or two in there to be able to do this. So we'll now come to the women's novice 8B final. From left to right, we have Georgia in lane 6, Vermont in lane 5. They did say when we talked with their single sculler earlier that there was a novice 8 here on the women's side. Clemson in 4, Illinois in 3, Liberty in 2, and Irvine in bow. Not quite bow, good in 1.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep doing this. If you're not a rower, we often count down the boat from bow to stroke or from stroke to bow. So when we count down, sometimes it just go 3, 2, bow. So in bow position. This is interesting. We have a start, but it's going to get pulled back. This is going to get pulled back because absolutely, I believe that is Liberty. They managed to pull it around, but
wow,
that was I'm surprised that they got that off. It was all fine, but for a little moment, though, everyone is taking this for a little bit of time there. You're sort of sitting there wondering what's going to possibly happen, and that was Illinois having to sort of absorb a move from Liberty on the outside. Hopefully they can be long and get going as they want to. Again, Clemson up there leading right now in lane 4, and Vermont up there as well. Illinois, a little bit of surge of adrenaline maybe. There are some pretty strong athletes in that Illinois boat who have the ability to create speed when they need to. We'll see how this works out. But those 3 crews up in front, Liberty now still having some steering issues, but not what they had on the start, where they just weren't pointed.
Yeah, so
it shouldn't have been started. The referee should not have started that, in my opinion. I'm sure the referees will tell me that they have a different opinion later, but from my eye, it looked like not a good start. They should have just held safety first. But at the same time, it's up to the crew to get pointed. So there we go. Right now we have Clemson out in front, Illinois having regrouped and is pushing up on them, as well as Vermont in lane 5. Clemson now having some steering interest coming into Illinois. Boy, Illinois is getting attacked from both sides, and so they're steering back out, and you can just see the course behind these crews and what's happening. So Clemson has some good speed, because even with the serpentine there, the extra steering, they're still up in front. Illinois looks to me right now to be moving in front of Vermont, and we'll see what happens. So is Clemson out in front because they have speed that they can't match? Are they out in front because they've been going too hard so they didn't match?
Possibly, maybe.
As we come into 3 minutes, it's definitely Illinois and Clemson moving out in front now of Vermont. The Illinois crew has been very nicely sort of straight and moving pretty well. See if we can get some ratings here. It also looks to me like Clemson was pretty high to start, but it looks like they're, again, having some steering issues. So maybe some I don't think it's necessarily the coxswain. I think it's just some mismatched power, right? But they're only sitting here at a 28, 27, which is really quite low. So they have power to play with. Illinois, on the other hand, is up at a 35. I'm going to double check those because that 28 seems awfully low. But Clemson No, I think that's real. I have a 30 on them right now, which is quite low for a novice boat, even in a B final. And you can see that they're long and swinging now. Um, the question is, can they get up higher than that, or is this just where their boat speed is better? Because they're taking a move now on Illinois. Illinois sitting at about a 33, 34. And then Illinois is up on Vermont as we come around the side. Then we have Georgia further back, Liberty behind there as well. So coming into past 1,000, but not quite to the 1,500, probably about 1,200 right now. The question is going to be whether Clemson speed and power is going to hold on. I mean, I think it is. That's not a pace that's going to make them have to wonder what's going on.
Your question earlier about did they give too much early? This 28, it's long, it's strong, it's deliberate.
Yeah.
If they are going to tap it up, they have plenty of room left to go, which is a really big departure from a lot of novice rowing where you get the rate a little bit too high and just kind of hold on until you can't anymore. This one is really clear that
still 29-30, and it looks controlled and well put together there. So I'm trying to let's look and see if we can find the port side moving pretty well together. But they were pulling to port, so that means the port side somehow was maybe not as connected as they needed to be. Here's Illinois. Up at a 35, very nice press and hang, little swing through, not as long a stroke because the rating difference is actually pretty important. But
yeah,
we have Clemson now having moved on to open water on Illinois. They finally seem to have settled down to get what they're going, to get the pace that they need to get going. And I think they're up. Yeah, still just at 30. Very nice. And they're sort of out in control. Illinois now clear on Vermont. And that puts Illinois
Vermont doing a great effort in this third place spot to pick it up and go. They're probably around a 31 right now. So getting a really good swing on it, good movement out of the shell. Just a little bit less power from that commanding Clemson
About
crew.
A 33 for Vermont.
Yeah.
Which is about more where you would expect to see that. So these Clemson women have some basis to move some speed in future years.
It's going to be exciting to see that next year.
Open,
when they come to the varsity
right?
events and they have a little bit more time under the belt, what rate are they going to be able to hold at if they can open up this much room?
Illinois at 36,
them?
About more where we would want to see the crew at this level. But, if you're out in front, you are doing enough,
if
right?
It ain't broke, don't fix it.
There is a rule in a lot of rowing about maintaining a competitive speed and pace, and that's in place to sort of like in some regatta formats where you don't necessarily you're going to go through anyway. It's not going to make a difference. There are crews who would sort of go down and sort of paddle down the course, so they put in a competitive racing speed rule, but coaches argued and normally that was sort of seen as being above 30. Just informally, that's not the rule as written, but coaches would argue if we're out in front, we are certainly having sufficient speed to if we want to row 18. It's considered not polite.
Yeah, it's
but,
not a mercy
Clemson
rule,
through at 7:31, Illinois at 7:43. So actually, Clemson moving up quite nicely there. Vermont at 7:47. So a nice move that Illinois put on Vermont, and then Liberty coming through at 7:55. Also with a little bit of scare there at the beginning, but finding some nice base speed to work with. And then the last two crews still in a race. It does look like Georgia is going to come across there to get fifth over Irvine.
Is this actually the men's varsity 8 semifinal number 2, or is this the women's?
No, this is supposed to be the semifinal for the men, the one that was pulled back earlier because of a broken
blades for
a broken rigger in the bow of Bucknell. So In lane 6, we have Georgia Tech. In lane 5, Notre Dame. Then moving to Bucknell in 4, UCLA in 3, Delaware in 2, and UNC over on the right side.
So it looks like UCLA is leading the group a little bit, and then Delaware a little bit up on Bucknell, who's holding the 3rd spot, barely away from Notre Dame. UNC's in the mix.
This is 2 to go forward here right now. But still, 4 of those crews in the middle here, about a minute and a half in, still overlapped. Part of what we're going to see here, there was enough time, though, I think. Well, I was going to say part of what we're going to see here is who handled the change in situation
But they all got to come in.
But they all got to come in. They all got to talk to their coaches. Their coaches are all good coaches who know what to say and have been prepared for this stuff here.
All crews are about 15, 20 seconds out of their opening pace, and we still have UCLA in the front. I think Bucknell slightly ahead of Delaware, really close. Delaware, Notre Dame,
and
holding
Bucknell
on.
Not messing around here. 38.5, 39. They like to race high. Tyler Leong has a really nice course going there.
Yeah, you can see the trail following him.
You can see the trail back there. You can see UCLA pulling around a little bit.
Having some issues.
And my guess is that what happens in that case is that Bucknell starts to move, and UCLA, someone in there is really strong and just starts pulling Hawson on it.
Which is why the coxswain's
to try and
there
get
to manage.
And the coxswain has to steer. So,
but
that gives Bucknell a seat.
Oh, and that's the thing. I think it's reasonable reaction because Bucknell is trying to take a seat every stroke or two and starting to get their bow ball slightly ahead here.
So,
and I'd say officially ahead of UCLA. If only by just a bow ball.
2 crews who get to go and join the other 4 crews already in that. If I remember correctly, that is Purdue and Orange Coast, Minnesota, and Virginia. And that's going to be a heck of a final. Now, we still have some other crews in there.
Bucknell at the 1K mark, a little bit ahead of UCLA, and then it is now – so the top 4 are pretty clearly decided.
Yeah, and so then you have Notre Dame poking up there, and Delaware. Notre Dame up a little bit on Delaware. The question is, can Notre Dame get up and get into UCLA? That's a pretty
UCLA, who is not their strokes are not getting them to fade off of Bucknell, but their steering is back in question again.
Well, but the steering also is that coming from again. It keeps pulling to one side.
So is there
a strong port in there, just sort of
coming into play,
trying to Superman it a little bit? And that actually here right now, if you look at it, is giving some space here for Notre Dame to get back in there. They're closing that a little bit on the inside. You can see. Orange Coast getting the medals for the
second
Novice 8. And here we see Bucknell having had to deal with a cracked rigger and coming in now just absolutely putting their stuff down. There's Tyler leaning forward, looking over, really wanting to make sure they have control. I think right now we still have UCLA very nicely, but if you look at the control of the body in those,
it's not only the drive,
gorgeous. Oh my God!
The release and the initial movement of the hands out of bow. The boat does not stop running until the weight starts to move on the seat, which is really hard to do with guys of this power and this weight. I can tell you, Tyler is asking to line up with the bowman first, and then the bow ball, and he wants to break this UCLA crew.
He is absolutely looking over at UCLA.
Notre Dame
to
is
try
probably
and get
asking
there.
for the same thing because they're now in position, not in the red buoys yet, half a boat length down on UCLA.
And UCLA though has found an answer, and UCLA gets to link into that Bucknell hull and keep going. They can still have some connection. Meanwhile, the Notre Dame boat is not connected anymore. Well, they are, but it's a hard fight when the other crews are just uphill of you and you're having to fight up the hill.
I think they have another gear to kick it up. What rate are they at right now in the Notre Dame crew?
45.5.
45.5.
I'm sorry, no, I was quick.
Figured.
Yep. About 43.
Okay, they might run out of real estate. They're just a little bit.
But you can just look at UCLA moving here and holding on to Bucknell as they go. Bucknell, though, going pretty
Oh,
hard.
another move by Notre Dame. They're going to run out of real
it's not going to
estate.
be enough. It's not going to be enough.
There
UCLA
they
goes
go.
across right there. And Bucknell and UCLA move into the final. Notre Dame will be in the petite along with, I believe that is Delaware. Good job there for Delaware to make the petite final this year. They've been really working on getting some new team culture going with a new head coach in his second year. UCLA second, less than 2 seconds off of Bucknell. Notre Dame comes in 6 minutes, 0.5, so they ended up only 0.2 behind UCLA.
Wow.
And then Delaware back at 6:07. It'll be UNC and Georgia Tech into the C final. So a great race.
And Georgia Tech, another well performing 8. Really impressed by the racing you guys have been putting together in the 8s this last couple of years. Bucknell posting our first sub-6 time of the weekend.
Oh, that's true.
And
with a wind on the course.
With little tail, but the Purdue and OCC times were about 6:05, so with a little tail and a little bit of chip on their shoulder. That was absolutely like, we're not going to let this rigger mess up our year.
Absolutely not. But the times are close enough, and the conditions slightly variable enough. You can't say necessarily that's what it is, right? But it's going to be a great race between those programs, and Virginia will be sticking themselves in there as well.
They can say it was worth the wait.
UCLA looking good. So now we have the women's novice 8 grand final.
Medals on the line.
Medals on the line here. Looking from left to right. Actually, it's going to soon be right to left as the drone goes around. From the top down to the bottom, from the starter away, we have West Point in 6, Oregon in 5, Purdue in 4, Bowdoin in 3, Grand Valley in 2, and Santa Barbara in 1. So Santa Barbara on your left right now as we're lined up behind the starter. The aligner over there silently is instructing the boat holders on those tongues to put it out, and as soon as there's alignment, the starter starts. So there we go, a very nice start going out there right now in lane 4. We have Purdue taking the first few strokes to get up, but right next to them also Oregon off very nicely. Bowdoin, a little bit of steering in the first couple of strokes, so we'll see if they can get back on it. But they're moving up a little bit now. Bowdoin over Grand Valley, who's next to them, and then Santa Barbara. And they're moving back into Purdue a little bit. Oregon still nice and strong. And 45 seconds in, West Point 3 seats back or so. So that probably indicates that they don't have the base speed that the other crews will have. A bucket there in 6 and 7 for you, Eddie, in the Bowdoin boat.
Gotta love it. So much speed, you gotta catch it in a bucket.
There you go, exactly. And really Bowdoin now establishing maybe a seat or 2 over Purdue. This is base speed now. We're a minute 20 in. They've probably come down. Let's check what the rating is. About 35, where you would expect. And now you can see every stroke they're taking some real estate. Not quite a seat maybe, but a seat every 2 or 3 strokes is not a bad way to win a race.
No, it is not.
You have Oregon still sticking up there. You have West Point, who's come back in after what seemed like a not great start. So maybe that indicates some base speed, because I think they're in second right now. They are high.
Yeah, it's
going
to be tough. You can't see the shell from the shot.
But they're now the cadets are moving up, and that would be a big deal.
Now.
Absolutely, they very definitely are sitting in second from West Point. Oregon in third, a seat up over Purdue, and then Grand Valley and UC Santa Barbara trailing now on the far side. Really gorgeous move here by Army.
Yeah, the Army.
And they are moving along with Bowdoin. If Army wasn't there, Bowdoin would just be a length out in front of everybody right now. But because Army's gone up there, they have to look. And the interesting thing is,
they're going to challenge
the
him once
coxswain
they hit the 1K
probably didn't see. The Bowden coxswain probably didn't see that move happening because it was masked by the two crews next to them. So now you have Army having known they were moving, but you have Bowden saying, "What the what?" And they're responding a little bit as they're sort of pushing up a little bit more urgency on those blades to get moving. But a very nice move here. About 3 minutes in here, so probably about 800 meters in or so, I'm guessing, for these novice crews. On the women's side, and Army is continuing to move. They're getting little bit by little bit up on Bowden, and they haven't caught them yet. But, a crew can very quickly decide, oh, we have this.
Yeah.
And get a little too relaxed, and then it's hard to change that because right now, Army is going ahead. West Point is moving out.
There they go. They moved.
They are just moving. It's gorgeous.
Yeah,
and
just
they
a little bit
have,
past the 1K mark.
I think that they have only one seat now behind, maybe one seat behind Bowden. And Bowden
and then Purdue stepping up and away from Oregon.
Yeah, for the third. I love me an outside flyer here.
Outside heat.
And the outside heat, I think it would be great to see what happens here as Army keeps going. They've had a faster second 500 than Bowden. And now you hear they're almost
about to pass the buoys before Bowden.
Almost even right there coming in. And they're past the 1,000. So we're going to see what happens here as West Point does this. Sort of glad that the regatta was able to move the date a week so it allows the service academies to show up. Maybe we'll have Air Force join in. A really great race here. That's bow ball to bow ball right now.
Yep, they're passing the buoys same exact time.
Maybe half a bow ball there.
And
for
if the Bowden coxswain didn't see them now, they gotta see them at this point. And I think they have to respond. I think they have to respond early, maybe with a 5, maybe with a 10, but something just to get themselves up so they don't lose track of this race.
750 meters to go or so, still a good amount of time. Those are very definitely the two leading crews. It doesn't look like Army's up on them now, but that's just the angle that we have from the low flight down there from the buoy, from the drone. Sorry, we can tell from now. We can see them. I actually think that Army is up. I think Army is up by a couple of seats here. And they're at 37. Again, hard to tell exactly.
Good attack.
An attack going on. Bowden trying to answer. The Army crew just looks strong, and they're moving together. And as we've said all day, hopefully this
Bowden's
isn't
responding.
a trope.
Here they go. 1,500 meters in. 500 meters to go for a medal.
The Army women, though, are going to be strong. And that going to school where they've gone to school, they've had to deal with a lot.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're going to crack, right? But
No.
Bowden now
Bowden
3
passing
seats
ahead.
up and getting up there, going into the final. And
Oregon's
Oregon coming back
here.
in, absolutely, over Purdue, maybe catching Purdue sitting in third right now, but Oregon giving them a push, so maybe that'll push all of them up. Bowden now taking this race under control. Army, you can see, very nice push together, very strong, organized rowing, really quite disciplined, which is great to see. But Purdue is coming up now, and Oregon is pushed up, and Purdue's responding. So now we have 4 crews across for 3 medals. It looks like Purdue is moving into second, maybe, with Army, and maybe Army just spent a lot of energy to get up there. But, hey, that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Oregon having a great move here. Oregon now overtaking Army, and Purdue has moved back up to be in second. And Army has sort of, I think, shot their chance there. But, boy, what an inspiring move they put on.
From the novice, they're gonna love varsity rowing now.
Absolutely. Bowden here, though, really pushing nicely. Purdue coming into second. I don't think Oregon has enough space to get in there to get silver, but they certainly have taken bronze away. And, sometimes you just got to lay it out and take a chance, and that's exactly what Army did. They pushed just a little too far over what they had, but a really impressive race
Fantastic
there.
race by everyone
Also
involved.
by Bowden really being able to sort of get composed and dig back in. So
UC
Bowden
Santa Barbara passes through the line a
725,
little bit before Grand
Purdue
Valley.
727, Oregon 728, West Point 731. So New England school, a Midwest school, an East Coast school, and a New York school, then a California school. This is truly a national race. And then Grand Valley, another Midwest school with Purdue. So a little bit of fist pump going down the Bowden boat. 2 is the iconoclast, and she says, "I will shake your hand." And Bow needs to reach up and say, "Yes, I'm here."
Yeah, please don't forget
so
about
please
me.
don't forget about me in passing the luck. Very nice race there from the Bowden novice women, and it looks like they had to work pretty hard. Purdue holding it together as they managed to actually have some crews come through them and then another crew push on them, so that shows some good mental preparation in the racing. The Oregon crew laying something down when they had the chance and make it move. A handshake there between the stroke and the coxswain. And the crews talking to each other, saying congratulations to each other. Here's that Army crew out on the outside. And again, now just congratulations across the board, which is great. A great race there in the women's Novice 8 final.
And coming up, we have and on the course, really, almost to the 1K, the men's third varsity 8B final. From the left side of your screen to the right, you have UNC men,
Minnesota, Washington State, and Georgia Tech. And in the middle here, we have Minnesota and Washington State racing each other. For Minnesota, you can just see the flash of yellow in their blade. That's one of the ways to know them. It looks like I think they're a seat up right now on Washington State. But memory serves, those two crews had a pretty good race earlier in the varsity 8 heats. Is that correct? I could be, again, this could be an AI fantasy going up in my brain. But those two out in front, UNC in third, and Georgia Tech in a 3v8. Congratulations to them, really coming in and trying to finish out the B final. So this is 10 programs that have 3 varsity 8s.
Yes, and again, great work by Georgia Tech in all these events. I've been really happy by all the rowing I've seen. Great work by the Minnesota men right here, pushing their way up to the front of the B final. Washington State holding on to the lead. These guys out of Pullman, they've been deep year after year in this program. It's always so many big, tall guys out of Washington State.
Well, there's a lot of farming happening between there
yeah.
and Idaho. But a great school in Pullman draws people from all over the region of the Pacific Northwest, even though it's sort of over the mountains and
over the mountains
plains.
in the middle of the state. But as I've heard from friends who used to work there, it's just the skies, the sunset, the nature out there, just breathtaking. The point they actually tried to make the school colors reminiscent of the color of the sky at sunset, which is more like a pink and blue.
Yeah.
But they settled on this maroon.
On this maroon rust red.
Yeah, we can see the Cougar flag waving on the shoreline that they bring every year to the regatta. I think the alumni hold it over the course of the year and bring it down, and they're extending their lead out here in the Washington State Cougar third varsity 8.
Yep, and you can see the shoulders moving. You can see Four-Seat chattering at his boat. You see the head going up and down, and it's nothing but a guy saying, we're going now.
Yeah.
We're going to take this over Minnesota, and that's a really nice
and they're striking
race
these
there.
catches. They're not letting them slip in. They're making sure it's a stamp. Make sure that the boat absolutely picks up speed, even if they lose a bit at that front end.
Yep.
And it's working for them.
And Minnesota digging in and not letting them go completely, but Washington State here just having some very nice organized rowing there to move ahead. Really quite pretty what's happening in that boat. And now they're getting open water, which is, I'm sure, what the guy in 4 was asking for.
Absolutely,
Let's go now. Let's not let them into it. That's just, again, it was a little bit more each stroke, a little bit further, a little bit more run each stroke. So now we have these 4 boats sort of spread out a little bit.
UNC just a little bit ahead of Georgia Tech here.
UNC ahead of Georgia Tech. But it's going to be, this is a B final, so it's places 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the 10 programs. And a very nice finish there from Washington State to come in and win the B final. Clearly a crew that was believing in itself and ready to go when 4 seed asked for it,
well
as
done.
4 seats do. There you go. Minnesota, 5 seconds or so back. UNC, another 9 seconds back behind Minnesota. And then we will have Georgia Tech finishing out. But good on them for racing 3/8 in the varsity. That's just awesome. And that is a type of program that comes. They get their experience. These guys will go back next year.
Yeah.
They'll train harder. They'll push forward. So now the grand final
Medals
for
on the
some
line.
medals. In lane 6 to the left is Virginia. Lane 5, Bucknell. Lane 4, Michigan. Lane 3, Purdue. Lane 2, Delaware. Lane 1, Rutgers. These should be pretty familiar names at this point, as we've been seeing this phalanx after phalanx of the 8s. Right now, it seems to me that we have
just a slight edge.
Michigan, slight edge with Bucknell out in lane 5. Bucknell always having these great starts. And Virginia also usually fast off the line with then, again, Purdue in lane 3. Delaware maybe a seat over Purdue, and Rutgers a couple of seats behind that. It looks like it's Michigan and Bucknell. They raced each other early in the season, and I believe Michigan just won barely. Last year, they were the gold and silver medalists, with Bucknell winning the 3V event.
3v8.
So, this is those 2 crews now pushing out over maybe Virginia in 3rd, and some very tight racing with Delaware and Purdue.
And Rutgers, no one's fallen off the pace yet. This isn't like something where someone's already a deck down or a length down now. Rutgers on the outside is holding on to the 2 crews closest to them.
Yeah. Michigan taking a little move here to be
are.
a seat up over Bucknell. This is about when Michigan takes their first lift and their first move. Was talking to some of these guys the other day, and they said, "Well, we're just going to go." And I said, "Well, at 2.5 minutes in, you just have to commit and go."
Right.
And that's what they're doing right now. That does not mean that it's over, because Bucknell
will respond.
are
Virginia
absolutely going there. And Bucknell saying, "Yeah, not so fast, Wolverines here. Let's see what that's going to do." A huge Michigan crowd here on the shore coming out of their tents. Still not quite time for them to row, but Michigan now absorbing that move a little bit, getting their seat back on Bucknell. Virginia still connected. And actually, you could see over there in lane 2, Delaware moving up nicely and bringing Purdue with them. But still now, Michigan another seat, probably 2 seats up on Bucknell. A lot of pride in both of those programs about the depth that they have, and this is what we're seeing, the depth
they
here.
love the team points as the end-of-season thing, right?
And those are 2 large programs. Virginia has a 3V. They don't have as many guys as either of these 2 programs overall in their program. They run a smaller program.
They had a second novice state this year, right?
They did. It's
5/8.
It's been great. It is 5/8, and it's probably one of the bigger teams that we've had at Virginia.
That's the kicker, yeah.
But what you have is the big state school of Michigan and the mighty Buffaloes of Little Bucknell Bison of Little
small school, big chip on their shoulder. Let's see if they do something. Going into the last 500 of this race, Michigan is starting to stretch themselves out and away. Great move by the
Michigan
Coxon
here. Looking over and seeing that she's asking for the move. He's asking for the move, and it's going. And here's Michigan just taking stroke by stroke. Again, this is where they take another move very often. Coming into 1,500, it's now Michigan by, I'm going to say, 5 or 6 seats. Bucknell's still in there, but let's see what they have as a
You're
sprint.
losing them on the screen a little bit, but Virginia's still in the mix, although Delaware might be the crew putting themselves up in the third-place position right now ahead of Purdue and Virginia.
And that would be a great thing for Delaware because for so many years they had a lightweight 8 and a heavyweight 8. And one of the things that Tristan, their coach, has been doing is saying, we're going to put everything together.
Yeah, they're going to throw their weight around.
We're going to find the best crew that we can. Michigan now
Delaware's
extending their length. Delaware absolutely in third, going for a medal.
And Virginia's kicking it up to respond.
Virginia trying
to,
but Purdue is still in there now getting in front of Virginia. So that's quite interesting. I'm sure that that Bucknell would love for Purdue to get
miss
beaten
out
by
on a medal.
Virginia here.
Yeah, but Michigan would love nothing more than to hold this lead, and they are doing everything
Coxon,
they can.
She's looking across, and she's on the bow ball. You can see her calling for it as they go into the red, and it looks like Michigan is going to come away with this in the 3V and take a gold medal.
And here's the line is
not quite. That's still the referee.
Sorry,
that's
everyone.
the referee launch. That's the safety launch out there. Michigan still has time to maybe get an open water. There's the finish line. It's going to be Michigan, and then it's going to be Bucknell, and I think it's going to be Delaware in third, having put themselves up. Purdue slipping in front of Virginia. So there's Michigan for the win. Go Blue, 6:17. A lot of emotion in that boat. Bucknell at 6:20. Delaware 6:24. Michigan has been having a challenging season this year.
Great
their varsity 8 is in the 3V final. Their 2V8 is in the petite final. Yeah. Those are places Michigan is not used to, and these guys are like, yes, we can do it. It's a young crew.
Look at that hug.
Turning around, a lot of hugs, standing up, we've been working really hard, and we want to know that the system works, and it does. So proof that the system works. There's some other things that you want to figure out, but congratulations there to Michigan. Virginia just outside the medals. And really, though, between 6:17 and Rutgers at 6:30, you had all of those crews, so fairly tight. Michigan at 6:17 and a half. Bucknell 3 seconds back at 6:20 and a half. Delaware 4 seconds behind that, 6:24 and a half. Virginia 2 seconds behind that, 6:26 and a half. Then 6:28, a little bit more for Purdue, and Rutgers there. So great race coming in. And 2 more races here coming up. That was a grand final. We now go back to a C final for an event that will have both of their A and B finals, and that is the men's novice 8.
Both of those finals are tomorrow?
Are tomorrow.
I
the A
see.
final and the B final tomorrow. Those petites just happened earlier, or the semifinal happened earlier in the day. And then we will have a final grand final of the day, which will be the women's second varsity 8. And I was going to say maybe Grand Valley, but no Grand Valley boat in that women's 2V. So we'll see what comes up. This is the beautiful foliage, as we can see from the drone working its way back up. It looks like we have a race underway. In the far left, Michigan State in lane 6, Cincinnati in lane 5, Georgia in lane 4, Delaware in 3, Rhode Island in 2, and Connecticut in the bow. What are you seeing, Eddie?
I'm seeing a pretty even race right now. I think the opening 4 crews are pushing themselves into a tight lead. Outside lanes just a little bit behind that, but too early to call. They're just about 300 meters into this race now. When we pick them up, we'll find out where they are. So that would probably be the Delaware and the URI crews started off, but that would also mean Georgia and University of Cincinnati's novice 8s are up there in the mix in the top 2, top 3 slots.
So I'm seeing 7 crews.
Are you seeing one crew with 4 oars?
1, 2, 3,
You're
4,
seeing the
5,
lane 7
6,
with 4
7.
oars, right?
Oh, what's going on there?
So the Bucknell crew that had damage earlier and missed and DNF'd in their final is given a chance to race down for time during this lane.
Oh, okay.
And if their time is comparable to the medaling times in their event, they'll also receive a medal.
Oh. Did we find out what happened with that 4?
If it was relayed to me, I forgot.
And did you say that earlier and I just didn't hear it?
Nope, I was waiting to see the crew on the water.
Excellent, and there they are. So we have 7 crews. So we have a novice men's 8 racing a varsity quad that should be about the same speed.
So in the 8s race, what we have going on,
We're talking about it.
the Georgia crew, I think, is out behind Delaware, who have the lead in the novice 8.
There you go. To see what's going on here. Again, sort of Delaware having a novice 8 out there in the C final. We've been seeing some really good racing out of their varsity 8s. Perhaps wanting to be further up and showing now, hey, we can have some speed too, even if we're going to have to show it to you in the C final.
And I'm going to guess, just given Delaware's area, they have a lot of pull with some of those Philly area.
They have a lot of
South
kids,
Jersey
a lot of
crews,
kids who come in having rode before.
and
almost
a lot
everyone.
of guys who come in with like quad and small boat experience. So I imagine the better ones are absorbed into the 8s, and this is probably more a walk-on level crew.
Yeah,
for
you
them.
know, I don't know. I'll have to ask Tristan how that gets handled there. But certainly, by the time they get up into being varsity crews, they know what they're doing. Georgia,
hold on to the second place pretty confidently here.
yeah, a little bit of steering there. And yeah, I just got a text from Dan Wallenben, the coach from Bucknell. It says the Bucknell quad is going to be in the 8th race, trying to post a time that may earn them a duplicate medal after their breakage.
Sure.
So, hey, there we go. So good luck to the quad. You can see them out there. And it's sort of good maybe to have a crew a little bit faster for them from Michigan State and Cincinnati, who they're up with right there, to try and pace them in an interesting way. But it's sort of like having to do a time trial. As we move back out here, Delaware almost now with open water on Georgia. Georgia having shown some nice rowing here, but nice to see them here in the Frosh 8.
Yeah, I think we saw
Also-
really great racing from them in the light 4s, or one of the 4s event earlier today, and they made a similar statement there. These guys are trying to lead the way for the next few years of rowing down in Athens, Georgia. Maybe it was the quad. Oh, I think it was the quad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was their top guys from the 1V quad. So these guys are trying to make a really clear statement that they're next up.
And
the next 2 crews back are going
Cincinnati
to be
and Rhode
Cincy and Rhode Island.
in
really
a
happy to see
fairly
them.
quite looks to me like Rhode Island 2 or 3 seats up on Cincinnati. There is some interesting steering going on.
Novice steering. Well, it's probably, again, the athletes trying to put so much power on it that the coxswains are hoping
It
to
could
reel
be that
them in.
they're just being so strong. So here's the Delaware crew out there looking very nice and long. That sort of yellow tail on the end of the oar, and then the yellow cross up there on there. It's their sort of classic look.
Yeah,
They've had
fitting
it
for the
a
Blue
while.
Hen crew.
Absolutely, and the hen up there on their front chest.
UConn and Michigan State duking it out in the back. Michigan State just a little bit ahead of UConn. So that novice class that was so impressive last year definitely got absorbed up into the varsity 8s this year. This is
the quad going up to pulling up there to race with who is that out there in lane 2? URI.
URI, yeah.
And
passing a little bit of Cincinnati.
Having pushed through Cincinnati, which was good. Not sure what type of speed they need to put up to see if that can happen, but nice of the regatta to handle this for that crew with the breakage. just making sure that everyone gets to race at
That's
the end
great.
of their
We are
year.
closing in, actually on the line, not a safety launch, just a few strokes away to go before Delaware takes the win in the C-level final for the men's novice 8, closely contested by University of Georgia, who have just barely a little bit of ball balls worth of open water behind this crew. Time's coming in, I think, around just under the 6:35 mark.
Absolutely, 6:35 Delaware for the novice men there, and the quad showing up, chasing after Rhode Island.
And then Rhode Island, Cincinnati
Rhode
going to come
third.
through.
We won't see a result for that quad here. That'll happen off the side. URI at 6:50. Cincinnati at 6:56. So someplace in between those two times was the quad. And Michigan State and across at 7:10, and then finally UConn.
And we have our last race of the day, the premier race of the day. This is medals on the line, team points on the line. It is the women's second varsity 8 grand final. From the left side of your screen to the right, you're going to have Michigan State. Nope, I'm in the last event. Sorry, everyone.
Women's 2V.
UC Irvine, UC Santa Barbara, Bowdoin, Vanderbilt, Purdue, West Point, Northwestern, and we have not quite the chevron. You have Vanderbilt in the middle with the really experienced Bowdoin just on the outside of them. Bowdoin, Purdue pushing the pace early, just outside of the first 500. All three of crews in medal position, but not to be forgotten, West Point's second varsity 8. What was that? Their novice 8 we saw?
Yeah.
Their third varsity. They're going to have a surge in the middle of this race that's going to make everyone question just how hard they have left, how much left they have in the tank, how much harder they can go. The UC Santa Barbara crew is still overlapping with West Point. I think they're off the pace with those top 3 crews, but we'll see if they have something more to give in the next 1K.
Absolutely. So Purdue, Vanderbilt, Bowdoin, the sort of class of the women's racing here so far. Although there's also, I think, there was a novice 8 victory out of Orange Coast earlier today. No, Orange Coast. Maybe I'm just.
Bowdoin won the novice 8.
Bowdoin won the novice 8. That's true.
I don't believe OCC had a women's 8 here.
Yeah.
Bowdoin still holding themselves up just a little bit ahead of the. Oh no, that's Purdue holding themselves up a little bit ahead of Vanderbilt. I think these crews have seen each other a lot at ACRA's. I think these are a lot of athletes who have been on the team the last few years that have raced each other over and over again. We know Vanderbilt's going to make a move early. I don't think they're in a position where they need to make or break it earlier than expected.
It's Purdue taking a move and Bowdoin taking a move. So Vanderbilt, if they feel crews moving on both sides, that should be a sign to them that they need to get going.
Until then, they are separating away from the rest of the field. We are seeing West Point walk up and away from UC Santa Barbara to put themselves in 4th for now. Crews not quite to the 1K mark, nearing in on it. And I think West Point is going to see themselves just a little far away from position to steal a medal away from the Bowdoin 3rd place crew. But they've shocked us and amazed us in earlier races. So let's see if the cadets can pull up into the middle here. Purdue 4 seats or so on Vanderbilt, a little bit off on what the angle you see, and then Bowdoin probably 3 seats behind Vanderbilt in that 3rd place spot. So these 3 medals, and however they shake out, up for grabs. Anything
could happen here. Sort of, again, another about 3 minutes to go in this race probably. They're just over 4 minutes in. So we've seen evidence that all of these programs are trained well and they're going. We have a Purdue mom over here.
They've been waiting patiently
and a Purdue
for this
grandma
all
over
afternoon.
here, absolutely waiting all afternoon. And everyone else is gone, but they're here. You're allowed to make noise, too.
Yeah.
That's allowed.
We're seeing if this crew can make
Purdue now maybe 3 seats up over Vanderbilt and moving, I think, a little bit. coxswain moving over. One of the things coxswains do at this point is call through the boat. Give me the 4 seat. Give me the 3 seat.
Clean attack from Vanderbilt here. The pickup they're getting. Nothing left behind in the puddles. Seeing if they can close in a couple seats on Purdue before the last quarter of the race comes into play.
Bowdoin still sitting in third, but you could see Army's bow up there in the last little bit here. The P for Purdue, not for Penny and not for permanently punished. If you get that, if you don't know, you should go watch John Waters movies.
Nice.
And here we have Vanderbilt working their way back up into the bow. Really nice rowing by the bow pair there that we can see. And it's just getting a little bit tighter. The question is going to be, as Vanderbilt starts to move, 500 meters to go, what's the sprint like? Vanderbilt's move has been pulling Bowdoin back up with them, so I don't think we're going to see Army get into the medals here.
I don't think so, but we are closing in on the last few yellow buoys before we hit the 250 mark. Purdue holding themselves up, holding themselves 4 or 5 seats up on Vanderbilt. Hard to see a chance that they're going to be shaken.
Vanderbilt just taking another seat there, though.
Oh, here's a lift up in the rate. At least 2 beats.
And Vanderbilt moving as we see them in real.
They're just leveraging on it.
Yeah, the real life that we can see is about 10 seconds or so above what you can see, and Vanderbilt is moving at this point.
Yeah.
And that's what you're going to see here.
Purdue is absorbing it.
Purdue's absorbing it, but it's getting closer, and that has broken open water there on Bowdoin.
Yes, it has.
It looks like Vanderbilt laying out some smack if they can, really trying to they're taking the rating up, and yet Purdue answering at this point. Still looks like Purdue's ahead, but probably we have Vanderbilt closing down. Here they're taking another seat. Do they have enough water? I don't think so.
But they're running out of real estate. I think Purdue is going to hold on unless they move that line.
A great push here from there you can see the finish line over there. Vanderbilt still closing just a little bit, but it looks like it's going to be Purdue going across by about 2 seats, and there it is. Purdue wins.
First place spot.
Mom is happy. The biggest silent scream I've ever seen.
Bowdoin
Grandma's
coming through in the
happy.
third place spot confidently.
Other
West
moms
Point.
are happy. Purdue 7:15.3. Vanderbilt gets to within a second to 7:16.2.
Taking a clear fourth place from Army.
Really, really nice push there from Vanderbilt. They just need to have gone a little earlier.
UCSB taking 5th.
There you go. Bowdoin 4th. West Point 8 seconds back, 7.5 seconds back to Bowdoin, but a nice push there. And UC Santa Barbara 7:35. And then we'll have Irvine and Northwestern. Northwestern and Irvine. So congratulations to Purdue and gold medal in there. Great push by Vanderbilt to get silver. We have a medal being given here to the Michigan 3V. So, yes, we'll all go swimming. Why not? That's sort of the way we do that on the inset. You have Purdue women raising their hands and waving to the drone. So this is finished the second day here of ACRA. We have, tomorrow is all finals all the time.
Medals in conversation, legacies on the line in the small boats. Medals on the line, legacies on the line in the small boats and the team boats and the team points.
And towards the end of the day, we will have 5 finals of the varsity men's 8 and 3 of the varsity women's 8 to end out the day. Sort of some pride of place given to all the athletes who've made the varsity 8s in their programs. Just a really great show of how rowing is developing here in the club level in the United States. It didn't exist 20 years ago.
Didn't exist, but it's developed. These crews are fast and could take it down with anyone. We see the third place Bowdoin crew paddling away as they wave at the drone. We are going to have a little bit up on the medals dock. We just saw the Michigan 3V dive in the water after their gold medal, possibly tossing their coxswain in as well. Probably not their coach. I don't think they're going to let that happen.
She might be up for it.
She might be up for it. We'll find out later. A little dab from the UCSB crew. And we are rounding out our long day with all of you. Thanks for everyone who woke up with us at 7 in the morning. I'm sure most of you watching the live stream have been watching it all day.
Because what else is there to do in the world right now? No, absolutely. So,
oh no, broken backstay in the UC Santa Barbara crew.
Oh, there you go. They were such beasts that they just
that's a lot
absolutely cranked it,
maybe
man.
They need to go get a Vespoli, so we want to thank Vespoli for sponsoring the regatta.
Absolutely, and Vespoli would like to say some words to you at this point, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
Soon.
So
then.
We will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you to HereNow for these fabulous images, really, truly some of the best footage that we're going to get in the races. You have a lot of races tomorrow that you could watch. There's Eastern Sprints. There's some other conference fans. But come back here to ACRA for some of the funnest, most important, and most importantly, absolutely free to you over the internet. You don't have to join ESPN Plus.
Live stream.
You don't have to buy something from somebody else. Club rowing, accessibility in the sport.
I'll
for
take your
every
credit card
person.
information, but it's not required.
No, but we might have to go and I don't know, check out the racing sites in Spain and France and Holland this summer on that.
I think we'll need to. All right.
I think
Until
so.
then.
Thank you for being with us as we come in over the lagoon. This is Charlie Sullivan
and Eddie Moog,
and we will see you tomorrow.